works still. You having to do anything. Yeah, there we go. That looks like it works. Wonderful. Wonderful. You can connect.
Manikai, I'm glad there are solo role-playing games in this world that cater to your need to tell depressing stories.
Yeah, that was a good time. Well, to continue that. Did not go how I thought it would.
It sounds like I missed out on something that I should be checking up on.
Jonas and I did a vampire recording of a
Oh yes, I got
1,000-year-old
that.
vampire. Yeah.
I got
And it took us on a journey.
notification.
At least so far, we've gone on quite the journey. And if anyone listening to the VOD here is interested, that's over on Haldemir Halls. But,
Is it like
yeah,
crazy journey or?
Journey.
Yeah.
Okay.
it yeah. I think by the second roll, things had taken a turn that I did not expect. So yeah.
I'd left some musings on the comments for that.
I saw, it's quite something. After spending, we paused. We were like, should we record the character creation? We're like, nah, it'll take so long. It took like 2 hours of us researching the period and whatnot, and then.
I'm sure.
Yeah. It was a good time. That said, this is going to be as well.
Well, no, I I listened to last episode to do a recap, and I'm like, wow. I mean, Grimace needs to get to do something today. It's just like, and here Vesicatrix does something. Then she's warring. Oh, then she's soloing. Like, oh, no, it's just entire session. Lord, feel bad. Like, oh.
Hello, Isakawa. I will just give you a view of the actual
Of the bird.
The map here.
Oh.
It's the wrong map to a window.
Oh my! Got the fumblers there. Oh.
There we go. Yeah.
What? It's like they are fogged on the screen. Like,
no, that looks very much how I'm used to seeing things with the a token hell. Like just
you can pause and for that moment, for the really dedicated people, sort of look at all the dead people. And whatnot.
There were a number of dead skulls I saw over there. It's remarkable, really.
Yeah.
All the companies that have come before.
We've been doing work.
Yeah.
It's like, oh no, there's too many companies. It's starting to get a little confusing. Well,
there's many more that are dead. Yeah.
God, oh no. Wait, is that Athletic Sovereignty moving closer?
So you rewatched last session, but you don't remember how last session ended?
Well, I'm like...
Maybe we should just jump into a recap. Maybe we should just jump into a recap. That seems like what this question is about, basically.
Yeah.
So, Gary, you prepared? So please.
Well, I did, but apparently I missed.
Take it from the beginning. We'll catch
15 minutes of something very important. It was the 15 minutes I snoozed before I realized that I had to get up. All right. Well, I'm sure Gurmith can fill me out of the horrors of the Far Realm.
Good joke.
Yes. Starting last session, we discussed that Sheep will be absent for some time. and as such in the story, Velignif is taking the time to do some research on the little short of the Kingkiller comment, and with his and spending time with his new dragon mate girlfriend. Just cozying it up while the other dragons are working. Vercingetorix gets a ominous message to meet in a little weird fishing town, and it turns out to be a Cyric worshipper who is entirely too reasonable for a Cyric worshipper. Turns out he's a mean motherfucker, and he doesn't like to work with other mean motherfuckers. He is currently the commander of Darkhold, and he's very tired of the Cult of Bane. And he's like, yo, let's do something about that. And so he calls out all the reinforcements that they had asked him for and he had provided to go away, and thus opening them up for Vercingetorix to strike. Which she does, and managed to narrowly beat them up. Luckily, adventurers are always there to save the day, even when they have a 1 as their dice. And after that, she is made aware that the leadership of the cult is fleeing. And knowing that they'll just come back and be a pain in the ass, Vercingetorix goes and tries to and ends up asking Emmy for help. She needs Emmy to help her lure the anti-dragon devils that just so happen to be with the Cult of Bane. That's weird. And with the help of their magic friendship bracelet rings, Emmy lures them away.
No, I don't
No.
lure them away at all.
Is it me?
Yes.
Oh, that was my 43 roll of stealth. Disgusting. Yes, that's true. Okay, yes. Vercingetorix lure them away and teleports to Emmy. And yes, then she might have hoped that one of the guys had punched Emmy in the face, but they didn't. And such. She has done her favor and leaves, and Vercingetorix takes on the cult, chugging potion after potion and killing their high priest, and then leaving. Emmy works her clock of assembling a psionic task force by trying to now get all these forces to work together. Nice team building. It'd be helpful if they, for instance, spoke the same language together, and that is where I made it to.
Okay, so I'll color in some more details, as it has been a couple of weeks. December 19th is when we last played. So, we walked Aerie through creating a new goal, and that was with a goal to construct a portal to the Thayan ritual. Also, during the last session, Yinka came with, because she's a stupid human, and who cares about her ritual to become a half-dragon. She had warnings and concerns about the ritual and consequences thereof that she conveyed to the Green Dragon, and the Green Dragon was like, okay. That's nice. Vercingetorix is meeting with the commander of Darkhold, that is the Paraghost. He's looking to establish a Zentarum chapter in the region, and Vercingetorix has basically been like, yeah, sure, I'll be a part of the Zentarum, fuck it. Oh, let's go for it. So that's a bit of an extra detail. She agreed in lip while also trying to drug the Paraghost. Don't worry about that. Aerie did cover the successful assault against the Church of Bane, and then the bamboozlement, which saw her in a high-risk situation solo, which ultimately saw the death of the High Priestess of Bane in the region. At the end of last session, I managed to destabilize Proscure in the hopes of making them a part of the Lord's Alliance, so that the Thayans there were booted out, so that they couldn't build a new portal, so that other dudes from Thay couldn't just hop, skip, and jump over to this region. Given the volatility currently happening in Thay, probably wouldn't be a problem immediately, but presumably, Zaz-Tam would also be distraught about what has happened in the Dragon Coast to Thayan operatives. How about that? Oh, and also, at the turn of the year, the Avalethric sovereignty is fully focused its attention in the Gulthandor region. It's not just alarming things occurring in the coastline. They're here. I guess. Good for them.
Yeah.
I mean, surely that's not going to be a problem.
I legit have zero concern.
Yeah, you know.
Ari has deep concern, though, that she's trying to stay in the, well, you know.
I was like, wait a second.
One of us is
what are they
worried
doing right
it's not the
here?
person you think it is. It's the person who's surprised about them being.
Yes, they used to be like at the Pirate Isles. I was like, yeah, you know, we got time. What the fuck?
You did.
Yeah, I mean, you know, it's their icon is only as big as you know, Thay. So.
All right. That said, Ari, have a goal slot currently open. Our current goals are capture the Banyan, terraform the Golfmere Forest, anathema the Aberrant, and construct a portal to the ritual plane. One possible.
Yes, I'm I'm reinstating my previous goal of getting Gethra to join my faction.
All right.
So integrate the Sleepers Council into the market, I suppose.
Integrate the Sleepers Council.
I mean, which is basically Gethra.
into the market. Yeah, and he's like,
Now
I
that
love
was
that it's called a council.
that was a medium goal last time, but I don't think the Sleepers Council has exactly become more powerful
No.
since.
pretty much the same. Yeah, that's an easy goal nowadays.
Oh yes!
There's no
I mean-
really strong opposition to it. No one's gonna come in your way to fight you over his.
Gethra
his
loves
loyalty.
me.
And already, you know, there's some ties and loyalties.
Great. I'm relieved to hear that. Excited.
All right. Yeah, and I think with that we can probably jump into in-game sort of events. So, at the beginning of the year, attention and certainly the weather over the Sea of Fallen Stars here near Westgate and the Gulfmere. Really, this whole sort of super region of the Dragon Coast, not into the Lake of Dragons though. So the actual Sea of Fallen Stars part is experiencing very calm weather. The waves are not very high. It's almost at times mirror blank seas, which is sort of ominously scary to people in their own way. The Sea of Fallen Stars is not a notoriously like storm-ridden area, but for a large sea to be flat entirely, it's pretty rare. Beyond that, heavy fog rolls in across the region, sometimes making large forays inland before slowly evaporating or retreating, leaving nothing too strange in its wake, really, but certainly an indication of probing attempts to reach further in. This also happens in the Gulfmere, though there's no direct sort of overt attacks. One thing that is somewhat alarming, though not in the Gulfmere, is that in this winter, a lot of water seems sort of the tide around Westgate seems to increase, and when tide would normally ebb, it doesn't really. High tide seems to last, well, at least until now. In the north, Ormir has done another call for muster, having sensed that there is alarming things going on in the sea, and certainly to the south, as well as the continued harassment of dragons and the monstrous horde, has made them call in a muster. They wish to build a force that can strike and destroy the monstrous horde of lizardfolk and gnolls, harassing them across the Stormhorn. Beyond that, they have also formalized their agreement with Iriabor that they will sort of take care of protecting this region, and that Cormyr consider them not a rival but an ally, a friend. Should Iriabor need it, Cormyr will try to give what aid that they beyond that, news is that from Cormyr is that they have been receiving refugees from Sim, people who have seemingly pulled themselves out and seem to be saying that some strange mind plague had been upon them, but it has weakened enough now that they could wrest themselves from their cities and come to Cormyr help. Many, even formerly prominent people, have been asking to help for Cormyr's help to free their nation, which Cormyr so far has not replied to. It's likely that they would like to, but being able to is a whole different. To the south, Nathalak has sent a call for mercenaries, expecting probably trouble with the Red Banner host. Still, they have yet to hire any, simply feeling out the possibilities. Going so far as to ask prices before committing, likely looking for a good deal. They don't seem desperate enough to be in a hurry. You know, makes some companies a little sad. They like desperation. It pays well. In Termish, they're feeling okay. Anglespark's beginning to control of his place again, as many of the strange mists around his region have retreated. He's feeling much better about his situation. He doesn't like the sea. He would like the sea to stay away, and it seems that the sea is okay with that right now. That's fortunate for him. He's still dealing with the uprisings, but you know, the way he deals with them is pretty definitive. The only real problem there is that he can't be in all places at once. On the grand scheme sort of world news, there isn't really that much going on. It seems that sort of the most active region here is the Dragon Coast itself. Many others seem to be sort of collecting themselves or readying themselves for what might come next for them. Yeah. On that note, is there anything you all would like to use your factions to learn information about? Have influence to ask proper questions. Otherwise, perhaps you want to get going on some goals and direct actions.
There is nothing I wish to use my influence to learn, but as part of healing my token at the start of the year, I am bringing back the followers from my leaky that were sent to Cormyr. They can't join the muster. Things in the Gulthandor region have escalated, and so must be present.
Yeah. There is still an appreciation, though. Here sees the Emerald Enclave as a positive stabilizing influence. Emissary is beginning to be known as somewhat of a guardian of to the people outside of it. Not somewhat, definitely a guardian, a protector of, you know, this plane of existence. They have no expectation of having confrontation with anyone down there.
Me too. Yari, what do you want to use your influence on, if anything? For your freebie questions about factions.
If you have any. but that's fine too.
Going to interpret that as a
Oh,
no
well,
or a mute?
I was muted. Yeah, but I did. Oh, it was also a no. So hey.
All right.
Okay.
Sure. Then I will restate the last part of my question. Is there anything you want to do before things begin happening? Sort of in a sense. Of course, other factions want to get things done. But,
Here's a memory question. Did I re-roll that policing at year's start or not? I don't remember.
no, I don't think you did.
Okay. Just wanted to check to confirm that. We'll do that now then. That'll be 5 might, 4 sovereignty. And we'll go from there. Nimi's Israeli here will not directly participate. She has other things to do. I have quadruple 3 and triple 2.
Did the adventure die too?
So
all right. Oh my.
it's not
three.
like extremely potent, but there's a lot of it.
But it's everywhere. Yeah.
It's everywhere. We have a lot of region to cover, and we're there.
Might be protected by a badger or a bird, but is it protected? Definitely.
Are we there? The answer may surprise you. Yes.
I mean, just that raw number of successes, right? As a faction trying to do something stealthily here without being discovered, you would need a lot of things to cancel all these successes out. Right? I mean, the ultimate thing of policing is that you're exercising your power to make sure that if someone's trying something, you can defend against it.
Mm-hmm. And
that
that really
seems
helps
like
me.
more than anyone would get. You can imagine having to roll that many successes just to be stealthy about it, right?
Yeah.
It's not really...
Like the Aboleths are like waving like their tendrils around as badgers appear out of nowhere. Fucking birds.
Starting to tattle. That said, things around the Gulfmere from the Aberrant side is somewhat calm. No strange fish have emerged, or no trees have been ripped up.
We did seal off a couple years ago their water routes and to prevent them from installing aboleths and like waiting on that front. They have taken their approach to flinging sea animals at the coast. Well, they haven't. The sea animals have fled in terror from the sea. Their fog, which has lapped over the region, we have monitored basically the folks in the Termish villages. And Zalaznar has done pretty good as the Bloodthorn of monitoring our own personnel.
Yeah.
Especially with his bent. Now, last session, I spent a bit of effort in scouring the old places of power, what used to be the islands that the Emerald Enclave dwelled upon, to retrieve like bits of like stone and like rubble, like what formed like the previous like ritual magic that was used to shell the place. That was so imbued by nature gods then, and we succeeded on that. So I have those. I'm just trying to figure out how to. Not that I've given this much thought over the past 2 weeks, but I have like slowly chewed on how, like mechanically, I would go through the process of healing that and spinning that into like a ritual yarn. That's not something that my dragon would do herself. She's not powerful enough, and also she's not like that's not her thing. Of how she embraces nature. So that's more of a company druid-wide thing as a whole.
Yeah, I mean, it would definitely be an Emerald Enclave sort of thing. Now, let's consider that for a moment. It is sort of a development action, right? It seems like it's a construction of something, which suggests it would involve sovereignty. You have the materials So I don't think that is the problem. You're basically looking for proper sort of sites and places that could hold
Like
these.
places where we could like funnel and channel like the magic to begin elevating the terrain, like in the face of the sea of fallen stars.
I think what you're trying to do here is, I think it's a territory and sovereignty.
That makes sense. We're calling upon the territory itself, and we're looking to exercise that. And the sovereignty is basically like straining like the very people.
Yeah. Now let's also, because we're getting close to completing this current situation, should we just discuss what we like, so we agree on what sort of result we will have at the end? Because basically what it means is the Aberrant will have hell of a time doing things in the Gulf. It'll be terrible.
Right. So much as like the psionic operatives grant like an expert die against the aberrant foe, it's like this particular like naturescape that I'm wanting to build is specifically geared against the far realm. Like the Emerald Enclave would typically be against like this type of ritual magic that vastly distorts the world. Like their past, they would be against that sort of thing because it's an unnatural thing, but it's the only sort of defense we have against something that is unnatural. To that effect, I wouldn't be looking to achieve anything except in a direct defiance then against the apoplectic sovereignty.
Yeah. What I have been thinking, because basically what you're doing is you're making defenses, right? Like you
Yes.
see a castle being a fortification, but on a sort of a whole different level and against a very specific target. I'm thinking it would be, when it's done, an asset, which would be a master die when defending the Gulfmere against the Aberrant. What do you think of
that? Seems perfectly appropriate.
Right. Basically, you'd set aside a die and then just decide what it is after you have rolled.
Mm-hmm. Those have come up very rarely, but they have certainly like been present, and they were defined to us when we like the rain rules were initially presented to us.
They are generally considered for something that is very powerful, like a divine intervention or a a region-spanning powerful ritual target against
a wizard defending his tower.
Yeah, for example, a personal, very powerful being. And so in Epic Tier, those are beginning to be around. Yeah, and I think that is appropriate then. Good.
Okay.
Then let's do this. I'm gonna set a minimum difficulty on this roll because I don't think just anything would do. I don't think it's impossible either, though. These things are tiered here. This forest is important. Like, the land does exist. I'm going to set it to minimum difficulty of 3, which is what's considered a reasonable difficulty.
All right, that feels good. And with the possibility that would have been higher, except we actually have, like, the magic from what, like, the gods had instilled before to protect the Emerald Enclave's islands.
This is not... I mean, basically, you're taking what was there before and sort of recharging and redistributing. Sylvanas still exists. He didn't die in the spell plague, so his magic is still around.
And as you mentioned, like, Sylvanas is actually getting stronger as he's like looking away from all the gods he was sheltering and returning back to focusing on the world.
Oh yeah, but he's increasing power and importance. He has a lot of domains to talk about.
Territory and sovereignty. I will just thinking about using a stat to boost that, and I'm gonna say no, not because that wouldn't be great, but because I can't come up with a great roleplay reason how to spend that in. So I'm gonna leave the treasure influence alone. It'll be territory and sovereignty with Emissary Legionnaire personally involving herself. That will be 8 dice, looking for a minimum of 3. We got a pair of 10s and a pair of 6s.
Or 10s and a pair of 6s. That will certainly do. I mean, 10s are the best you can. So what you're basically placing is various waystones. It's growing certain like magical trees and whatnot. And I imagine they're sort of distributed reasonably around the forest, not just at the coast, but primarily at the coast.
Mm-hmm.
To guard the borders, and I imagine something like a Warhammer Wood Elves, right? They have all these sort of spirit sites and whatnot.
Yeah, that seems appropriate. That's another way to describe how I like use the 13th Age example as like the Archmage like working to like protect the land from the Iron Sea.
And the nature of this ritual is changing the forest, right? It's at a level where probably in like a more verdant, more larger trees and maybe even some of them like becoming treants, right? Or half treants just sitting there moving, thinking a little bit. So then certainly himself likes treants. Maybe there could be more of them. Yeah. Now, yeah. Beyond that, you have wanted to raise the land and like empower. Yes, that works. And I think with part of this, with a 10, that can also be made part of it. We can expect there now to be more cliffs and such around the edge of the water.
Okay.
Like it's going to be a slow process, right? They're going to try to use natural processes to sort of draw up sand and whatnot too.
Of course, don't want to like still adhering to like laws of nature and not trying to violate them.
Yeah, call away eroding rain and then like grow trees like to hold it together, that sort of thing. It's going to be an ongoing process, but I think the whole look of sailing past the Gulfmere is going to be a very different vista. Instead of looking into the like sandy beaches within like a little distance and then like the forest, you're going to see a lot more sort of just like a cliff-like facade and trees sort of almost looming out over the coast from there.
I'm also imagining from like someone who's living in one of like these coastal like terminus settlements who have not been forewarned about this, that their next upcoming years are going to be a different kind of hell. Because any sort of like coastal access they have, and like maybe where they've built their buildings, is going to be evolving.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, as a general thing, they're not super resistant to that at the moment because the alternative is not very nice. So
Yeah.
they, of course, will try to keep like access. It's harbor cities,
Mhm.
but as a general rule, yeah, more closed up is though it is gonna be hard. People who live here are used to hardship. It's a lot of holy orders from like Myliki and such that run these things, and they're understanding of the situation. The Emerald Enclave is a trusted figure. The Fellowship of the Purple Staff was never integrated, nor, however, have the Emerald Enclave tried to sort of push them around or done anything to enforce
That's
anything.
true. They've been
They sort
kept
of
as
run
like a
things.
satellite.
They run things somewhat okay over there, being sort of a middle. They propagate the middle way between civilization and nature, particularly to sort of more peaceful natural deities. Imazuri, after all, did one thing that is great for them. She might be, dedicated to Malar, but she's also calmed those down to some degree, which good for them. Because that used to be their biggest problem, was all the Malarites just eating people. Well, they still do that to some degree, but now they also focused on doing more productive things. Some of them, anyway.
Yeah. Some of
At
them.
least they have moved, to this side.
Yeah. The western section of the Gulfmere is where most of the action has taken place since the dragons come into town. The region, I should say.
Yeah. So that's gonna be going. Probably takes a little while to do.
Mm-hmm. I think with that set underway, and the dragon personally involving herself with that, I'm not going to take any like direct action at this time. I'll just like react as situations appear as the dragon is busy like organizing things, and all of the druids are setting this in motion very well, but still setting this in motion.
Well, I mean, the dragon is part of that result, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah. Vercingetorix, what's Vercingetorix doing here in the early parts of the year?
Yes, after my incredible success defeating the Cult of Bane again,
Mm-hmm.
We would like to try and raise our sovereignty. It's time.
Makes
The
sense.
Marked have finally united again over the common goal of murder and plunder. And isn't that beautiful? turns out you can also do piracy on land almost, Not quite
Like,
the same,
called
but
banditry. Have you heard of it?
yeah, it doesn't sound as cool.
Or
Less-
taxes and
less-
toll.
There's shanties, you say shanties, but it's, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, yeah.
Treasure and territory, is that?
I believe
is that
so.
right?
Yeah. You're celebrating. You're upgrading. Make people all.
Yes, and now, question. Is it possible, if a Cicatrix participates, to use Draconic Essence on that?
Yeah, I don't see why not.
I suppose you could justify that tying into your draconic compulsion of seeing it done.
Yeah.
We will be more united. Yeah, I mean, Draconic Essence basically exists as the dragon has allowed itself to
I'm a cool
submit to
dragon.
its natural behavior,
Yeah.
and so it has more attention span and focus for other things. So it represents that extra effort that is allowed when it's sort of fulfilled.
When it actually does what it's supposed to do.
Yeah, I mean, you'd spend it to
Alright.
ignore your compulsion. It's also just being able to
Yeah.
concentrate.
With you spending that point, how many points of draconic essence will you have left, Ari? Out of curiosity.
One.
Gotta keep that one.
Yep.
Oh,
It's fun.
It's that one.
I also that's the one you ended up giving yourself when you self-compelled last session to beat the shit out of the high priest.
Oh, Lord.
I mean, that was
What
rough,
an
but you did it.
adventure that was.
Yeah.
Not one of my smartest decisions, but it worked out. So
It's
In
okay.
retrospect,
history,
very smart.
Yeah. History will only remember the victory. That's how that
That's
works.
right.
Gets done with pair of sixes.
Yay!
All right, they move up. They begin to have more in jokes, and there's no more any.
So what do I do? Change to 4, but -1.
Yep, 4 minus 1. And then obviously you'll subtract 1 from territory
Yes.
or treasure.
Yeah, you are at unusual dedication.
Oh, finally,
You are,
I'm here.
You are more than averagely dedicated.
As they should be.
Hmm.
Murder really unifies people,
The higher that goes up, the more xenophobic the faction ends up becoming. I recall that description
Or they
from
dislike anyone else.
from the company document that Manikai handed us, and as he was describing, once upon a time, my were-rat coven, as it was very devoted to the cause, but they were so tiny, and
Yeah, ew, those guys don't have that guy has a smooth face and is not horribly scarred by acid. Ew.
Can be fixed.
We should change that. Alright, well.
your fucking initiation is a chaos god corruption ritual.
It
It
is,
fucking is. The chaos gangers, in order to join this gang, you have to dip your fingers in acid and mar your face with it, and the really cool people just fucking stick their face in it. That's what it is. It's a 40k chaos girl.
Yeah.
I mean, the mooks, on the street, people don't always have it. It's the cool people, the inner gang, right?
1d10 corruption points. Here you go.
I mean, at 4 here, people begin to get unusually dedicated. And, would the Cicatrix oppose, some people wearing, a symbol of the Cicatrix, a symbol of the dragon, the black dragon, a little bit cultist, maybe.
Strong fear of or admiration for a leader.
I think she'd allow that, certainly.
The ones who know that it's a dragon, it's on top of this, which probably most of them do at this point. Not really a secret anymore.
So
No.
I guess I would ask that. What's the symbol of her look like? Is it her scarred dragon face?
Yeah,
Is it an unscarred dragon face?
Yeah, that's a good question.
The scars are going to be coming back as the years pass.
Either something to do with the scars, or just a bloodied claw or something like that. Just
I was personally thinking a take a blackboard and a kitchen knife and just scratch that thing all over it. That's sort of
Just a bunch of like lines. Yeah.
Maybe that's
know
the
what?
initiation.
chaotically
Here,
terrible cuts and scratches and rips.
listen to a kitchen knife going against the blackboard for an hour.
Ah!
There's your initiation.
Oh no! I can hear it. No. Ah!
I know. Like, ah! Get out of my
Initiation. That's your reward for job well done.
Yeah.
I hate this life. Maybe the shadow is the way for me.
Yeah. I mean, cult status. Sure.
All right. I mean,
You
you know,
know?
it would be much more if you went up to 5, at which point people would begin to sort of be almost terribly proud of it and talk about how this really is the way the world should be run, you know. And then at 6 you would be like completely devout. There'd be no people. It's almost like hive
This is the
mind-ish.
true way.
Yeah, and everyone else is wrong and an enemy, sort of thing.
That is like, because her faction is
you-
basically just a bunch of murderers, and it's like now they're
you
like,
don't-
oh yeah, but we're so cool, we're together, and it's like, yes.
What do you mean you don't plunder the rich and ravage the weak? What the fuck is wrong with you?
Yeah.
Get
You
the hell
deserve
out
to
of
get
here.
plundered and murdered. That's the only way.
Yeah. If you're not one of us, you know, die or
There is
get
one
plundered.
faction on this board that has 6.
That what?
It has
Has
6.
six.
of it.
Oh wow. Is that the Sleepers Council?
No, not quite. Then they wouldn't even talk to you. No,
that's
it's
true.
these guys, right?
Yeah. Now,
They have
Uh.
complete xenophobia, no interest in dialogue with anybody.
Well,
If you want
yeah,
to be
I
as
mean,
devout as them, you could certainly make that your goal.
you know.
Become a xenophobic nightmare cult. Medium difficult.
I mean, you have to have some success that you can celebrate. Otherwise, you're not
You do,
gonna.
yeah.
All right, Ari, are you going to be making progress towards your new goal or towards your clock? Or both?
Yeah. I mean, both, hopefully.
Okay.
Sorry, I'm just looking at the clock now.
Yeah.
Well, sadly, Yenka is not currently at the Fame.
Teaching Nova.
Yep, teaching Nova Creek.
Yes.
You could,
Now-
could join and go to school as well.
No, yeah, that's not gonna happen.
The
She'll
military
end
skinner.
up eating Nova Green.
Flashbacks to Cloud Giant School.
Oh, the patience I exerted.
Just think of how delicious it was when you threw him off the mountain.
Yeah. Oh, to hear the crash of his bone breaking on the Griff.
You know, so here's the thing to consider. This year was going to be the year that the third ritual site was broken, and we'd get the final reward from the Death King. Sheep's not with us anymore. You still care about the fucking Chosen of Sumiana? Or you want something else?
That's a good question I had not considered.
I think it's fair.
Because Death
that
King
be-
ain't free yet, and according to the deal that was struck, he's got to be free this year.
Yeah.
He's
Let
going to
me
give something in exchange.
ponder that.
I know, what a spanner to throw into the
And
works
don't
that you're
feel like you're
contemplating the
taking
other
anything
day.
away from. The Death King is not keeping the Chosen of Sumiana. Not anymore. He's being sent out.
So it's like even if a Caesar wants something else, like yeah, fucking this guy. Oh,
Too friendly
Uh,
with you guys.
yeah. Yeah, I have to think about that because that guy can actually give like,
A lot of help.
yeah, it's like
Think
he's a
of what
big
you're
deal,
interested
and he can,
So
Okay.
eager to get out of here.
Why don't you put that on the back burner then, and consider
Yes.
like the actual things that you expected to do today instead of wait, what?
Yeah. Oh, you can ask, God for something, and He might deliver. Oh. Yes. Well, I think the first thing Vesicus would do to learn about the portals would go scour the library of the Dragonfane, where she probably will not find anything. But are there some of Yenka's like co-rebel people there, or?
Well,
They have sadly died of old age.
Ganazar, though, the brass dragon, has been having a field day organizing that shit since the last time
yeah.
where Cicatrix has been there.
Very happy about it.
Oh, I see a library. She'll go. She got into the library.
Oh,
She has
welcome.
permission from Vindictive.
Welcome there, Wanderer. How might this humble library help you?
I as soon as I go and look at him, like, who the fuck is this guy?
Oh, I am
Can I
just a humble
mention
librarian,
something?
making a chance to improve this place. It'd be helpful for all people.
Investigator says like, oh, he's probably an Ogmite. All right.
Name is Ganazar. Good to meet you.
Yes.
I've
Delightful.
heard much about you.
Okay. Like,
Wizard.
well,
An old tired smile.
I am a neighbor after all. I would like to know if you have some books here about magic portals, specifically Thayan gates.
Oh, of course we do. We have such information, but Thayan Gate specifically is something that a red wizard would know about. We do actually have one of those. Who's so inclined.
Yes, I was hoping I could study the basics of it first before having to. It's like a clench of the teeth, like inconvenience her.
Oh no, has nothing but time. He would
Oh!
long to speak to someone.
That one.
Religna's visited him now every now and again, but less so, I understand, after I arrived. It took me a while to find it, but well, it seemed important to know as one of the guardians of this. He's staying exactly where he is until I figure out what to do with him. Sure, we could get rid of him, but at this point he's willing to talk about most things. It's been, after all, a long time.
Been there a few decades.
If it perks up. Oh.
The only thing I would ask is that you do not let him out, but I feel like that's almost unstated.
Yes, that will not happen.
Remembering what it took to put him in there.
Yeah, like she fucking got life drained by all those goddamn crazy soldier type. Like, no, that guy's staying in there. Bodax. I hate them. Yes.
Now,
she
I
perks up.
understand that you're not necessarily in a hurry, then, with that, since, he's not going anywhere. I have not had the chance to meet you. I would be curious to talk to you. Conversation or two. Your life has been long, and yet I know little enough of what people have said, and that sounds terrifying. I do wonder if there isn't a part of you that I might not get to know unless I know you personally.
This thing is just like narrows her eyes.
I'll bring some tea.
Are you one of the people on the Lignus Dragon Council of the Fane?
Oh, that shouldn't really matter, should it? What should matter is that I'm curious about. We have the time and a chance, a rare chance in this world where everything goes so fast, to make a real connection. Get to know someone else. Broaden the horizon ourselves. I thought, sound like an interesting being, and I'm sure we could learn much from each other.
I think the Cicatrix, like, she's like, not even, she's just confused. Like, she just looks at it, like, the thought of, like, friendship, like, it's just like, she, like, this guy is speaking a language she does not understand at all. It's like, what is he talking about? Like, what is it that he wants from me? And then the next is like, can she do an insight check?
Yeah, of course you can.
She's like,
What are you trying to tell?
you know, what is it he truly wants?
Okay.
Because she can't believe that he just wants to be nice and have friends. That's crazy.
Right, yeah. Sure. What is he actually out for?
Yeah.
What's his
Like,
end game?
I'll, find information upon you, then give it to Cormier or Thanes, or,
Right,
you
yeah,
know.
I have a DC.
Okay, well, my insight is not incredible, but it's pretty good. Yeah.
A Cicatrix, like, she looks, it seems like he's being genuine. He just wants to be friends. I mean, it's not something she's seen before. Probably is confusing, but can't really. There's more to it. It's not something that's obvious to her. Maybe the bafflement sort of.
Yeah, she's like, I don't understand you. And
Would you like to?
no, not particularly. Though you might not be busy, do have a lot of things to attend to.
Oh, but isn't things? I think things are. They're really worth doing. They're worth taking your time doing right.
Again, like, still, I just stop saying, like, yeah, like, it just like bafflement, and I mean, he would see it. It's just like confusion. It's like
He gives a comforting smile.
Yeah, like the dragon would know what that is. He's like,
yeah.
What is that expression?
And steps forward, to put his hand on the Cicatrix, like, knee.
No. Nope.
If
Nope.
the Cicatrix sort of recoils or something, he'll stop, of course. Too.
Yeah.
You have lived a harsh life. Well, this place, nothing to fear.
What is it that you want from me? And who are you? You have told me my name and now your name, and you want to know about me. Who are you truly to ask me questions?
Oh, I'm a friend. Truly.
Of who?
Of you.
No.
And of all those who come here seeking knowledge and seeking a way to improve themselves, and perhaps to help mend a broken.
A missionary. Interesting. You don't seem like a dragon cult type of person.
I do not know. I suppose I don't. If I am a little awkward, it's because I haven't been around that many people. I'd like to, though.
I'm not people.
What would you like me to refer to?
I am the Cicatrix, a dragon, and you should show respect.
Of course, I was correct, he says, like a slight bow. Is there anything else you'd like?
What are you?
A librarian.
No.
I was a wandering wizard from far off lands. Now I work here to organize the books. I'm also a scholar, student, I suppose a bit of a dreamer. He sighs slightly, and I'm very old. You might notice. Tucks his. Oh, the years have not been kind to
The
me.
Cicatrix, she has no idea what old people look like.
The
They're all
years
the
have
same.
not been kind to me, and I don't think I have that many left. Spare an old man a few moments to talk. I try to get to know everyone who comes and goes here. It's just better for everyone. We get to know each other.
I think there'll be some like silence. The Cicatrix will look about. Is the library like
It's been fairly
organized?
organized. Yeah, it's been fairly organized. Now everything's like in well, human-sized people, right? But
Oh, you know, the Cicatrix knows how to fix that. All right. So again, what is it you want to know? She like scrutinizes him, you
I
know.
suppose the setting is all right for it. Well, I've heard much about you.
From who?
Destroyer people, people. Hands around. Oh, some of them. One of them, anyway. Carrix. Oh, Carrix, maybe.
Yes.
Apparently, you're a terrible monster, a murderer. Killer of men and beasts alike. Someone that could end anything or anyone. Should decide to. No, I'm just curious why you'd want to. I mean, I understand that there's more things going on here than I know, but I'm not asking of those things. Honestly, I'm really interested. I'm interested. How did you become the way you are? If one thing in the past should dominate your entire future, would it not perhaps be better to sometimes look forward?
Ah, I see. I understand that Velignith has grown to be somewhat fond of philosophical what? Philosophy questions? I, however, am not.
Right then. You've still made a bit of headway. You'll be coming over a couple of times every now and then.
To talk with the Thayan and do research here in the library.
I can help you. Let's go then. I don't want to keep you. I'd simply like to help you.
I doubt it. I doubt you do. And there's like a little viciousness in that. It's like, yeah. At least we don't agree on what that would, mean.
Yeah, and then he will, it takes a little while to get there. It's not really a clear place. Basically, it's
He doesn't have to. She knows the goddamn way. She put that motherfucker there.
I mean, I don't think there used to be back then as many defenses as there are now.
Oh, that's true.
Sort of more has been added to it.
Oh, he's like a small talker while they walk, right?
No, he hums slightly to himself. Like,
I think Sigurdsson would like glare at him every now and then. Like she can't figure it out. Clearly, she's like, is he just a incredibly somehow dumb human mage who is like, well, I'm gonna die anyway, so I'll just talk with the dragon like it's nothing, or is he something more? Like, and that's what like she's trying to figure that out as she walks. It's like
Give me another insight
because most people.
Give me another insight check.
Because most people would show some kind of reverence.
Well, he's no dragon fear at all.
Yeah, she's a dragon. This puny human.
Oh yeah. As he looks back at her and gives her a smile, Sigurdsson can see that there is in his eyes a bit of worry, maybe a little bit of pity.
Oh, pity!
He feels bad.
Pity for Malignant.
Feels bad for Sigurdsson, and would like to see if he could help. Maybe
Right.
He doesn't exactly know what's going on, but it's like just been so hurt, and it really is a shame.
That makes her furious.
It really is a shame that dragons have to endure this, and if only they're and he's just so happy that Malignant is there for Sigurdsson. That Sigurdsson can help ask for help when in need. And that makes him a little bit happy. But still, he's hiding it well. But you beat his heart DC. So, beyond that, he definitely isn't just a human.
Can she clock what kind of power escape is like?
He's some sort of draconic creature.
Okay. Well, far be it for her to. I see, like, if he was just some stupid human librarian, then Malignant probably. I mean, he might miss him, But surely there'll be another wandering mage, so there's nothing better to do. He looks at him, and there's imagine much like a predator a little bit, but the Sigurdsson has a specific way to look at things when she's considering, right? She's like, okay, would it be worth it to try and murder this bastard, or is it better to currently take another approach and then circle back to it?
His demeanor here is very much that of an old man. Maybe even slightly he almost drops his walking stick at one point. He almost forgets it and picks it up. Oh, my old back.
Okay, he's smearing it thick.
The thing is, he does actually seem to believe that he is very old.
I mean, he could very well be. Then she might ask then, so how old are you actually?
So, I lived in a place for the longest time where I didn't really count. They just sort of flew by. I'm not really sure. Things certainly were different when I was young. No youngsters nowadays. I told Malignant all the time, but so much things are very different. Now, are they better or worse? Well, most things are better, I would say. A few things are worse, but most things are very much better. So I think the future mostly brings good things.
Sigurdsson snorts. Optimism. Yeah, she'll continue when they walk, look at him, trying to access weak points, but also trying to how is he playing an act, or is he a dragon that is very, very old? Because then he truly could be fucking old.
He does seem. I mean, I can let have it now. He seems to be an old dragon. So he seems to be most comfortable. I mean, he's still using this form, even though the hallways are certainly big enough, and he's much slower like this than he would be as a dragon. Just more comfortable as an old man.
There's in Investigator's mind, there is a definite purpose to that. Like, she has a drow form, she uses it for specific purposes.
His
Like,
he doesn't like to scare people. Dominate the space. He just wants to.
yeah, she would never guess that that's the reason.
Eventually, though.
Arrives at that, and it's like, that, like, he must be able to conceal his true horrifying schemes.
Eventually, though, she doesn't believe the truth. Eventually, you will make your ways to the chamber where the many circles and defenses around the. Now, going in there and looking in there, it's pretty much just like the bones are pretty much just standing there. The red robe is there, somewhat marred and such by fighting and such. Probably been mended at some point. But the being basically can't really move a lot. It's just sort of there. Mostly active is a skull simply hovering with a lich body is normally like bones and maybe a little bit of withered skin and such. This one seems even less so. Many of the bones are sort of thin and almost decayed from just not being used at all. It just sort of hangs there, almost inanimate, as if it's in some deep slumber, slowly decaying into nothing but the cranium seems undamaged.
Well, can't Investigator's Dragon a cane check? Like, could he actually die like this if he just kept being captured here, or is that not?
No.
Okay, he'll just arrive at his. Well, I guess he'll just be stuck here.
Yeah. A lot of most liches that sort of get imprisoned can their body can slowly begin to decay. At which point, they might become eventually over like a couple hundred years, if stuck here, might become a lesser lich that has not got any gems, souls, just sort of is a skull because its body has disintegrated over time.
Yeah, that'd be a shame, huh?
It happens. It's
Well,
not common, but it happens.
Well, I mean, this place is pretty well protected. Normally, an adventurer would have gone in and fucked up by now.
Accidentally
Like,
released it.
what's that? I want to loot that skull, and then like cross the circle. And yeah. She'll stare at him for a bit, but
Hangs there.
enjoying herself. This is truly how. If you can't kill a red wizard, this is the next best thing, and
MT.
she has to find a way someday to hopefully imprison Yaffle in a similar situation, though she's not undead to her knowledge, so she can torment her forever. So yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
and then she'll well, hello.
It flickers in the eyes of the still skull. As from it comes a voice. Visitor. Been a long time.
I'm afraid Reliknav is a quite busy dragon these days.
Predictably so. How can I be of service to you?
I have questions about a topic that you should be quite familiar with. I would like to learn about Thayan Gates.
I could construct you one.
Yes, I'm sure you would. Just stay here and construct me one if I freed you. I will save us both time. I will not, under any circumstances, free you.
Predictably. Then what do you offer me?
Nothing. I can leave again. You can stay here and rot your body up still. As you have done, I understand. Maybe you can keep counting the pebbles in the room.
Yes. My position is somewhat undesirable. Still, teaching you would be more interesting than simply being with my own thoughts. I have many theories I would need to figure out the answers to once I escape.
I'm sure.
So, in Gates, then. And you begin to talk. Teaching. He's had students, as is most spread wizards at his level before. And he will speak as a student. Reciting almost like a memorized lesson. This is not his specialty. He wasn't a gate builder. Why he was sent here. But he knows enough that he could, theoretically. Give me an Arcana check. Let's see if you can keep up. It is a different discipline of magic.
Yeah, you think so?
You are higher level than the difficulty check, though.
There.
Oh yeah. You can follow and understand and make some.
I want to follow and also sass out if there's something like, oh, and then you add these two things together. I'm like, no, that's an explosive. I want to make sure that it's not
No,
that it seems reasonable.
He's not trying anything. He's just
great.
playing along. From just the conversation, it seems if anything, he has nothing to gain by lying to you. He doesn't actually really care about Faye. He'll get out eventually, and who knows? Maybe if he's just cooperative for 100 years, something good might happen. If he's not, then nothing will happen.
Yeah.
At some point, someone might need him enough that they take him out of here.
Yes, I'm sure he's very important.
People might learn that you have one. Who knows? But nothing will happen if he doesn't. Might as well. And he is bored. It's going to take a while, of course, to gather this information. But if you're interested, I mean, you have a red wizard here, and he's willing to tell you about it. You have passed your Arcana check beyond that. I think we can say you have access to it. Beyond that, he is also not going anywhere. So if you need additional questions, you can sort of go and ask him.
I feel like it's the thing where it's like, again, she can't kill him. I mean, but he's basically solved, right? And also, she tolerated that goddamn arrogant, shitty cloud giant. She can look at a skull face and think, haha, bitch, I put you there, to herself, and be somewhat,
Yeah, and certainly, she learned something, and also is over multiple visits probably at Scanazar.
Yes,
will help her every time, or sort of be around and talk. When the lessons get started, he usually asks her if anything she needs, and then closes the door, checking on her. Right? Sometimes goes in, asks if she's it's been a while. Maybe she'd like something to eat or something.
She gets more and more angry at him the more kind he is to her.
He's very kind. She tries his best to be nice. Approach here, but he just loves
really
talking. That much becomes clear. He loves talking, and he loves listening to other people talk. He's like a vacuum for words. Fucking the men.
Vercingetorix thinks that he should meet Emissary Ledrith here. They need to bring her on a visit so she can do the socializing while I do studying.
A Thane Gate is a portal structure which is made to exist in two places at once. Generally, they look the same, both entrance and exit, and the difference you make to make two portals like fit together is minor changes in resonance or design. Usually markers in the engraved, like the floor around the portals or on the arch itself. They're built of like strong materials. They need to hold a lot of power, and what they do is they link the surfaces between the portals, the two like windows or like portal gates, to the same place. You don't travel through the ethereal realm as you normally would with teleportation. It's more like you step through and space is connected in those two areas. This is a different approach to portals. Thane gates are very effective and generally don't need a teleportation ritual to function. Most portals or teleportation circles require you to actually utilize a ritual and components and such to bring you from one place to another. The portal makes
Yeah, it's
it
very
easier,
expensive.
making it easier or even possible. The Thane gates are built in such a way that is not necessarily required. Now, usually you do need some sort of power source to continue making one. Now, for the ones Yaffle made, that power source seems pretty obvious what that is.
Us?
Well, the ritual in some standing now. But most would have Thanes tending to it with Residium or like the souls of slaves or other such. And continue having them open. It's not something they do anywhere. That's not a desired location for it. They're expensive to make and they're hard to make.
Yeah. That's the thing, right? It's like, yeah, there's no component cost, but I mean, the components cost is up front when you
It is,
fucking
yeah.
build the
But
portal.
if you need to send like 10,000 nulls to a place, you don't want to pay 1,000 gold per null. That is absolutely not worth it. It's
No.
still certainly cheaper to send a boat. Now, most enclaves, though, keep Thayan secrets within them, and if they do, they generally have a Thayan gate so that they can be used to project Thayan power. If
Yeah.
nothing else, they might have a teleportation circle. Certainly, that's cheaper, and if you're not going to need to move a lot of troops, that's generally what you would prefer. Because then you can just sort of have the red wizards themselves teleport there. They can pay the cost easily.
Now, this guy was building a Thayan portal, which I am sure that Velignif destroyed. But would some of the materials still be here?
Oh, that's a good thought. Yeah, some of them might be around.
I'm sure that Velignif doesn't have plans for anything. And then we like switch to like a dwarf having built his house of it, and it's just like taken. Nope. Mm-mm.
Yeah, like to store it.
Wherever they're stored.
Beyond that, there's some bits
think it's
in
just
Westgate. And they're probably.
Yeah,
small
I
store
suppose
there.
that's the next thing. Gathering smashed a puzzle of smashed rocks and stuff for Thayan gates. Yeah.
You can begin doing. Certainly also just paying it, buying it.
Yeah, but you don't like. She wants to gather as much of it as possible without having like trace of like her faction being like, oh yes, I want all the stuff for a Thayan gate.
Yeah.
You know, that's not what she wants.
Sure. Is that the next thing you're going to be doing, or is that something? Because I feel like
Yeah,
this
I
also,
think so.
would take a little bit of time to gather the required knowledge here.
Yes, and then I figure that maybe Grimmith wants to do something. Well, just
Now both the characters are out doing things that seemingly are
Oh, you want news?
are important, and other things begin to. The Red Banner host will want to cross the river. However, in lieu of everything, it seems mercenaries are fairly expensive in these lands. And Athletic has simply chosen to pay the Red Banner host instead of being raided by them. They will give over some money in you could say tribute. They would consider it simply a small mercenary hire to pay the Red Banner host to not go and raid them for a bit. That seems great. They will pay the Red Banner host to instead protect some of the caravans going through, because there have been weird monsters about, and that should be something the Centaurs can definitely deal with, right? Not really. The Centaurs are not really specialized in that, but for now, they've been paid to handle it.
Yeah,
And
now
nothing
the
can
Red
be
Banner
done.
host can eat those damn strange savage beasts down there.
As they can begin to well, it makes them poor for a time, but it seems worth it. Their military is better, but it's still like guard compared to the Red Banner host, which is just all army. They don't have the same level of the same numbers of ferocity, and they don't
Hard
really
to
want to
know.
risk it. Because losing is worse than just paying a bunch of money. Certainly, what you would say a pragmatic answer to the problem. It seems to be the Jade Hall's preferred way of dealing with it.
It is hard not to like them. Yeah, I mean that makes I mean, either they take your gold or you give some of it and they leave you.
Yes. As for what else is going on, there will be more water entering. The point where if you sail to Westgate, you'll be trying to sail slightly upwards. The water's almost like making like a bubble around the city. To the point where some of the outer harbors are beginning to get flooded because it has moved its way like 2 meters up.
So the difference here, like, because there was flooding several years ago in Westgate due to the nonstop rain.
Yes.
This year, there's no rain, like
No.
really different from every year, but the water level has risen like this anyway.
Yeah, and if you go to the harbor, you can almost see like those are like pillars, like wooden pillars that are in a harbor. The water is almost like creeping up against them. Surface tension look from water, right? You have like a bubble or like a droplet laying on a table. The surface tension. It has sort of that, but sort of up towards any structures, almost enveloped in sort of an ooze-like envelopment of them. Many ships are beginning to take off, preferring to get out of here. Though others are worried because the waters ahead when you leave are covered in sort of a low hazy mist. It seems to be slowly rolling in closer and closer to them.
Ari, you've had your agents operating more in Westgate over the past several years as you've broken free from like your isolation. How do you think they're feeling about like the start
Yeah,
of
I
events?
was gonna say I had like people watching the tunnels of Westgate and such. Is like what are there like?
The
I
water,
suppose they would have to retreat, but have they like spotted stuff down there?
water has been coming in. It's been doing things, and filling up tunnels. Of course, it doesn't seem to be draining though. It seems almost like the water has a will of its own. It doesn't act like water should. It sounds weird, but in places it doesn't flow down certain tunnels, doesn't go certain ways. Almost as if it's sort of probing to find a path through a maze, more so than just flowing in and filling up. Around the city, various wells too seem to have now water sort of almost blooming up across the in the center of the well, ready to sort of escape out almost.
I don't know how I would figure out what the hell that means.
Beyond that, people are once more beginning to have a hard time resting and sleeping at night. Strange dreams. In them, they don't hear words, but they do feel an understanding, a command. It tells them to submit, to surrender themselves, that there is nothing they can do, and that their only chance is servitude. It seems to be an echo that speaks not to any individual, but to all peoples of the world, all beings upon Faerun. Your time is over, the time of a new order. This is also
Uh,
concerning to a lot of people. At first they think, "Oh God, I had a horrible nightmare that seems to stay with me. All I see in my mind is a terrible, terrible maw coming closer that will devour me and everything." But then they find out that their neighbor had the same dream at the same time, and that's makes it so much more real.
I
Uh,
think the Cicatrix might seek out a meeting with the Rippers because they don't like the farm, like they don't like these guys at all.
Sure.
She,
Uh,
she's torn away from her portal musings by like the worried
Yeah.
reports of too many members of her faction having the same dream.
Again, and she's like, I can't do my containment ritual. That only works against undead.
And it's not the same as the creepy like shit ritual like dream she had. This is entirely different. They're only supposed to submit to me. No one else. Those are the rules.
Yeah, she could find a meeting with the Rippers. They're not gonna make it difficult.
Yeah, they have an
have
interest in trying to stop this.
they have a reasonable level of power here in the city, and they're actually sort of okay with not being the bosses right now, not being super entrenched. She'll find them, the two of them, the leaders here. You've seen them before at the council meeting. She was invited. Back then, things
Yeah.
were very different. She was the new member. Now there's her, them, and Get Her Left, who used to
Yeah.
be there. When she finds them, they seem, as always, being undead. They are very contemplative. They don't really show a lot of expression.
I mean, look at that. Like, how would she fucking know?
Yeah, wearing their like cowled robes.
They're not just undead. They're also weird. Like,
Yeah, around here are the dominated and sort of controlled servants that they have. People whose brains have been replaced with aberrant creatures to serve. Both of them have like several spell books at their belts that are linked to them with a magical chain, preventing any attempted theft. As they will look at the Cicatrix approaching. We're in like some sort of underground location, right?
yeah,
Fed by both sides and whatnot.
that is not
Everyone's
flooded.
ready to fight each other. Oh yeah, it's no water. They don't seem to particularly like bathing.
Thank you for agreeing to a meeting.
You requested it. We have long lived here, existed. We hope that this will be profitable.
Well, undoubtedly you have heard, maybe experienced this new oddity of the water seeking, probing. It is also invading the dreams of mortals. The Far Realm seems to be targeting this city.
Things have changed here. Something powerful has been removed. It is only natural that there is a lashing out.
A revenge, you think?
They sort of glance to each other. Says, perhaps, though we do not think so.
What do you think, then, if you don't mind me asking?
We have not spent a lot of time considering this question. What the sovereignty does is irrelevant to our pursuit. There's few things that tie us to this place any longer. We failed to acquire the scrolls, and we failed to acquire the subject.
The subject?
The other one, it matters not to you. You have come to ask of our knowledge of these aquatic things. They're almost like disgusted, like things, like goopy living things from the seas. Like, ugh.
Yeah, I mean,
They are strange creatures, alien beings without an understanding or ability to truly think the same level as us. He says it while looking at Psicotrix, knowing too that that is true for Psicotrix.
yeah.
They
Again,
are below us.
the Psicotrix had learned patience.
They are below us, and their powers have little effect upon us. That said, they would get our things wet. We are intending to move. There is little now holding us.
And where would you go? Inland, I suppose. As he like muses herself, like, you know.
Across this path, there is another city, one which has much the same promises as this one, but has fewer complications. He's talking of Waterdeep.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I think it was just like, yes, you would have heard of that.
Hmm.
Ah, yes.
City of Wonders. Anything can be acquired for price.
I do believe the Seeker is also there.
Irrelevant.
Well, I understand then that your interest in solving the problem with the sovereignty probing here is limited.
There is no solving that problem. What would you do to stop it? This city will be devoured. Until some divine power steps in, there is nothing. Even with
Yes.
our arcane might, there are things there that would only be further awakened if we resisted it. If we had things to care about in this place any longer, we would simply move to acquire them more quickly before leaving. This region, the other one says, will become a desolate plague land, a terrible hellscape from where there is no end.
How promising.
If, for old time's sake, one of them says though, we can provide any assistance to the Black Network, then of course we would be eager to. We understand your reach is far, Waterdeep, and further. We're sure favors there could be repaid by what we might do to help you now.
I should think so, yes. But from what you said, you could do little to hinder this here.
It is coming. It wishes to destroy those that oppose it. That much is clear. It acts like a beast, lashing out. That is unlike it. This is likely a diversion. A destructive, deadly, and terrible diversion that will see this city and the surrounding area transformed into something not entirely of this world, but a diversion nonetheless. Protecting this region will draw resources from its true target. They will come from below, at first, infect and dominate who they can. The visions the mortals have, they are not intentional. They move with Sifu, a massive tower wreathed in shadow. Under the shadow can only be seen wriggling things. Or so the word. Upon it lie a creature which has been sleeping since it appeared in this world. What we are sensing, what the mortals are experiencing, is merely the latent dreams of this creature. It dreams of what it shall have when it awakes. And with enough psionic power, it will. And when it does, this place and everything around it will be devastated.
If this is just a distraction, how can you be sure that Waterdeep is not the true target?
That's it. We cannot. As we said, their minds are illogical, strange even to us. To some degree, our own kind, too, might exhibit this to you, but that is because we are far too intelligent to be understood, while they are far too
The Siggers was not. Yes, definitely.
far too strange. We understand our kind have shortcomings. They do not understand that they have any. As to why this place is not the true target, I suppose they do not have to do everything without multiple. If they can win this fight without trouble, then that psionic energy, the slaughter, the destruction, will go towards awakening their divine god. If it is drawing things or power from other places to be protected, well, then they might as well shift their focus. There is no victory. Not for the living. The future is not for you.
Well,
Perhaps we shall see you in Waterdeep, then.
perhaps in time.
Any further questions?
I understand that you do not think it is possible to fight them. However, if one were to do so, what would be the best way to strike?
Light look to each other. They decide to give you the information. Why not? It would be beneficial for them if you somehow could do something.
Yeah, right? It's like, no, they fucking hate them.
Your problem will be that you cannot trust anyone or anything. Only the dead, or the unliving, are immune to their mental manipulations. At times, not even us. Beyond that, you would want to bring against them psionic power. No, they pride themselves on that. Arcane might and psionic power. They are masters of it. But if you could be better, then you could truly rattle them. One of them sort of wanders from. Beyond that, intervention from the divine, whatever that might be. She glances to herself. You yourself have an air about you. You were a killer of many things. Perhaps you might better answer your own question than we. They are not, after all, our primary concern, and have never been. We wish for arcane knowledge, more so than to defend against things.
And where
If
will you
you are
go?
interested, we would suggest you seek out the dragon in the Emerald Enclave here in Westgate. She has shown some interest in opposing these forces. We understand you are aware.
Yes. I am aware of that dragon. Thank you for your time.
We have
It
nothing
is much
but,
appreciated.
one of them says, amused at your wording, knowing that you have so little time these days.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna be consumed by the water soon.
Yeah. Aquatic fleshy thing. Look at you, so strange and horrible to look at.
I don't even have any tentacles, yeah.
Not even a single one. With that, though, yes, the Rippers are intending to move to Waterdeep. This city has really become more trouble than it's worth. There used to be a powerful psionic thing here, but it's gone. There's been dragons delving in and claiming all the secrets of it, and they failed to get their hands on certain old elven scrolls held in the Red and Seal Library. Only given access to a bunch of arcane stuff, which they have now spent years, consuming. And really, there's not that much for them here anymore. Waterdeep, that's an exciting place, right? You can get involved in most politics and take over some mines and study the arcane.
I mean, there's a lot of arcane there, as I understand it. There's,
Ultimately,
they have
these
their
two,
own wizard order.
ultimately, these two were banished from their Underdark home because mind flayers are not allowed to study arcane magic because it is so filthy and degenerate. Those that do are absolutely banished. They don't get to join the Elder Brain in death. That would be just tainted.
Oh, how terrible. Well, it's not like they're gonna die, so. Yeah.
Another terrible thing.
Yeah, right. All these fucking.
With that already announced, we could probably just take him out of here for now. It'll be
Well, we took over Westgate.
Well, you have to spend some time bringing that on. Currently, Westgate has not healed yet. The city guard basically not here, and the nobles are just sort of in their castle.
I mean, yeah. I mean, we can fill out the space here. Be the queen of a ruined city. That's, yeah.
Can't be another guild war now. Everything's great.
Well, I don't know. If I do manage to date the beholder, when we, break up over split interests, because
you're not gonna break up.
Mooches off me,
You and Senpai will be together
forever.
What was it that invoke? Do it.
See it done.
No. You know what Senpai wants you after studying like Senpai for decades. You know the way to Senpai's heart. Yeah.
We see the cut of the I guess Getra anime, where in the background of many shots, Cicatrix is there like leering.
Yeah. Where Cicatrix is actually there's a game that's been in like work for several years, Yandere Simulator, where she fucking kills all the other girls coming after Senpai, like teasing him with like food.
Yeah.
And like basically orchestrates herself to be the only one for Simba.
Getra, says his cultist. I have made you a ham. Oh! And then he fell off a bridge.
The secret just comes. I've made you a ham.
Speaking of which, go ahead and just transition to doing that interaction. Might as well handle it too. Go for
I
it.
was gonna hand it to you, man. Like I was like, okay, no, all right.
Yep,
Well,
keep going.
this is the Aries show now.
Yep, just like last session. You thought you were done talking today? No.
Yeah, I was like, all right. Well, I think the first thing, yes, Grimace, you were like joking. Oh, bless me with the power to kill. Yeah, she totally is like, like rattles her dagger a little. Like,
send the fleet. Send your chosen back.
is there
Send some
anything
help.
here? Like, hello? There's people like these motherfuckers don't play text to Umberly. I'll tell you what.
Yeah.
She'll
How
like
does
scare
one
the
tax
dagger.
the far realm?
But it's I'm assuming it's one way, so oh.
So yeah, you could go to Getra's current lair.
I probably has had to move it up if all these towns are flooding.
To find yeah, going in here, there's a lot of meat in this place. It's pretty close to the coast, really, as you see. Catch up that Ruby Holder. The place is full of massive bones that the Beholder has been just licking clean. Certainly bigger than a dragon is, and yeah, it seems that there's a lot of whale bones here.
I was gonna say he's been eating those stranded fucking.
He certainly, yeah, he's been enjoying himself thoroughly. He's so distracted by that to really be doing a whole lot. When Vercingetorix gets in here, Getra almost floats protectively over some bits that are yet uneaten. But for once, actually, he doesn't just continue devouring it as soon as he's. It seems somehow the Beholder has had enough food for a bit.
That can't be right. How many bones are? It's just a fucking graveyard.
A lot. There was an event recently where some whales appeared, and Getra needed, like, that was priority one for his faction. No one else really opposed him, so he has managed to acquire most of that.
Oh my god! He just like sent his people out dragging whales onto the.
I mean, he even. Yeah. He will glance over to Vercingetorix, narrow his eyes slightly as he watches. Expecting perhaps some trouble over him taking all the whales, but I
love him so much.
As Getra will simply.
My heart.
I rarely see you visit. Did I miss a meeting? I had ample reason.
No such thing. I have merely been busy, I'm afraid. A lot of things is happening.
Yes. Good thing. Pops up and down. Eye stalks are kind of like leering about, slightly underdeveloped for him. His big maw is just sort of. Yeah, he slowly, almost like a cat, regurgitates a pile of broken bones. He's been it's been somewhere in there. He noticed when he began talking.
Yeah, I mean, if he was like, a robot, like he put all his points in like maw, like level 1 are stacked, but like the maw though, that is like maxed maw. Yeah. Have you? Well, you have undoubtedly heard of the water acting strange. I'm glad to see that it has not yet reached you.
He looks at Vercingetorix with little change in his expression. Basically, with the expression that's in his picture.
Yeah.
Just continuously.
I would like to, well, stop the city from being completely flooded, as it would severely hinder both mine and your interest in being. I am not yet sure how to do such a thing, however. How
His
do you
eye
fight
narrows
water?
slightly. He doesn't like the idea of the city being flooded. It was very annoying last time it happened. He remembers that. He went to the forest for a while. Maybe he should go to the forest again, he thinks. That's an idea. Leans down, licks up a bit of whale meat and sort of chews on it. It seems pretty
Interesting
old at this point.
This is mind. There's like a subset of her mind is like, I wonder if, like, surely like a beholders can eat anything, right? She's like, in her mind, she's like, I wonder if he could eat an aboleth. Just like.
He doesn't seem overly infected by the meat, certainly, though some of his cultists look a little bit weird from the interaction.
Yeah, well, they're incredibly expendable.
Keter himself is also, aberrant in nature. So.
Right, you might enjoy some aboleths, seafood, calamari. Yes, as you noted, Gethra, I have spent a while gone from the city before coming back here.
Keter continues to chew. He has not yet heard something that interests him.
And I suspect that I will continue to do so. As such, I would like for you to be a representative of my faction in my stead when I am not here. It does not require much work, really. If someone punches us, you punch them back.
Sort of glances with, his main eye still focused on his meal, while a couple of the eye stalks are paying attention to the conversation. A couple more. You'll go over at that.
Of course. Well, more people could be put to work at making sure that you do not go hungry. My faction has grown quite a lot in the last couple years.
Yeah. And just back up. With his main eye. I think I can feel the strange sense, the eye sort of potentially making things Getra looks at not magical, really. Let's see,
Oh, she's bewitched. No, Aries bewitched. Maybe not with cicatrix as much.
let's say your connections, Michael. Yeah, I see. It's his big teeth. You ask my help.
Indeed. I would like to join our factions.
I would like things not to be flooded. I do not like
As
water.
would I.
It tastes boring.
Yes. Well, what little use water normally has to me is not the case for this weird acting, almost extended limbs kind of water. There's absolutely
Getra
no
hasn't
use.
noticed the change. But that much is apparent. He doesn't say anything. He has not noticed that the water's weird.
No, he hates water. So
Yeah, he doesn't spend a lot of time around it really. It
yeah,
gets wet.
it's like this
so-
is annoying, and it was before too.
He generally wants to be in a state of not having to think about things. And things that make him have to think about things are things that he generally doesn't like. And that's, people attack his faction, make his life difficult. And then he has to think about them for a while, and he wants to eliminate that problem, so he kills all of them, and then he can go back to not thinking about them.
See, he'll fit in perfectly.
That's sort of his general approach to things. He doesn't really consider, what he could fight or who he could fight. He doesn't really care. He is somewhat, his desires are pretty single-minded. He doesn't really scheme. He has something he wants, and he knows what he needs to be happy about,
Yeah.
Yeah. Chicken says, I think he just bobs his head. Glancing up and down, did Cicatrix bring a gift? It is customary for...
Yeah, she did. She brought, as a matter of fact, a lot of gifts.
All right.
The first, which would be like a haul of like the giant eels,
Oh.
that are around the eel fort.
All right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But also there would be a a table, very nice looking table, currently blank. That probably looks pretty fucking odd down here.
A blank table. All right.
The
He looks-
lion feet, like polished.
All right. He doesn't see it. He sees the eels though.
Yeah.
Sort of hover over the whale meat. It seems like it gets boring after a while. He's sort of absent-minded chewing. It looks pretty old. The Cicatrix probably wouldn't eat it at this point.
No.
As Sketra hovers over, to just sort of begin to slurp eels.
Oh, I should say it's a 12-man table, so it's not.
A huge
little
table. Right? Sure. I think some of his eye stalks do. They seem to have somewhat of a mind of their own. As they sort of lazily glance at it.
Yes, and it's clearly magical.
He's considering eating it. That much is-
Okay. Well, I
She's,
think the Cicatrix clocks that, right? She's like,
Gifts
oh,
can
wait.
be eaten. That is usually how things work.
It's like she brought it here, so it would be edible.
Yeah. Why
She'll
else would
like
it be on his floor?
Yeah. It didn't bring him food, and so it must be edible. Yeah, she'll go to it and she'll like tap it with a claw, and say a command word, and a feast will appear on this table.
Feast.
It is a feast that feeds 12 people. Power at will, standard action. A delicious feast for 12 people appears on the table.
At will standard action. He begins to turn around, but then turns his big central eye in a different direction.
Yeah. Yes, there's also power at will, standard action. All remnants of the feast vanish, but as you know, and it cleans the table. But
Yeah,
I don't
that's how you
know
roll
that they'll-
initiative.
Yeah.
Instead, the beholder will hover down, and just lick across the table. I think. Like you would a popsicle, basically. He's big. It's a 12-man table, but he is big. So
Yes.
and as he does, he sort of. I mean, that is. Gotta give him a saving throw here. 10, so fair. All right, yeah. He licks the table, and a couple of times, sort of beginning to taste the things that are on here. It's a hero's feast, yeah. Delicious feast.
Yes.
I guess it's wonderful. food. He has forgotten about the whale meat now. Visigoth could even sneak a bite if she wanted to.
That's all right. It's like the rot, like just smell. Ugh. Has to be pretty bad for Black Dragon to not like the smell.
It licks it, and sort of almost like a cat moves down and sort of runs his chin over a bit of the table appreciatively for glancing up to Visigoth. He doesn't know how to feel thankful, really. But if he was anything close to it, that if he could feel something close to it,
yes,
that would be it. As he again, sort of his eye stalks, admiring the table, he'll say, "I want it. I want to know what to say."
Yeah. She'll teach him the. I mean, it's like some Smo somewhere has made this. So it'll probably be in Common or Elven or something.
Petra doesn't really care. It'll be a servant doing it anyway.
Yeah, it'll be, he'll get the instructions. Also, she will tell him, I had it modified. The feast upon it should be different every time and from different regions.
He sort of looks suddenly angry as he looks to one of his visible cultists.
Why haven't you given me this?
This could exist, and he doesn't have one. Seems to be a terror, and from an eye ray comes just a slight glow as the person just turns into a statue. There he is.
Yeah, I mean, the Cicatrix doesn't bat an eye. She's not stranger to punishing servants that don't perform.
Like, someone will have to carry it.
Of course. Where do you want it?
Where your people are. Mine have not thought to give me this. They will be devoured. And he then glances to the table. When I have time.
Oh, man. The way to a beholder's heart really is through the tummy, which is most of it, really. So, you don't know. Yeah.
Yeah, he will agree that the Marked and the Sleepers Council should become one faction. And he might forget to eat his own people. So some of them might join.
Yeah. Again, accepting crazy cultists is the new way. So.
Yeah. Now, as with stats, of course, if they have equal stats too, they fuse and become one higher. If they higher stat, you increase your stat by 1. However, sovereignty will decrease by 1, as people with vastly different ideologies are.
Yes.
All right. If that is to be done, then that is to be done. So you can. Sorry.
No, I mean I don't know the stats. I'll wanted the beholder.
Tell you what's happening.
Okay.
He does have a certain bit of might, because part of his might is also himself, which is going to be made available to the Marked. So he has the same might as you do, which means that together you will have a might of 4. You can make your might 4 minus 1. He is poor. Most of his money he spends on eating stuff, and has never really cared about making a lot of it. So that's not entirely helpful. Now, his influence is the same as yours, so that is also something you can up to 4 minus 1.
God.
He has made connections primarily with the Sword Coast, the harbors, because he is interested in what he can get from there. And his people always have been trying to increase the amount of of rare delights that they can bring him, giving him somewhat of
can
a
upgrade both might and influence.
yes. That is how the
Wow.
game works. He has less territory than you, and though he has a lot more sovereignty, even now, that doesn't really matter. So,
No, that
so
doesn't
sovereignty is
carry over.
decreased.
By one, yeah.
That's
I'll
perfect.
go back to 3 there.
Yeah.
Do I still have the -1 to it then? Since I upgraded this session, it went to -1.
Yes, you would.
Okay. I have Kefra. Well, I can die happy now. Now you
Plus-
need to allow me to move him.
Yeah,
Malachi.
+1 might, +1 influence. And you got a beholder. It's a pretty decent trade for the sovereignty you gained today.
For a feast table that is like not even that expensive. Yeah.
I'll make a player assistant token for him.
Yes.
To let you pull around and throw down.
Oh. My lieutenant.
Look at you with all those 4s now. My word.
Yeah, I know. I mean, again, I didn't expect to upgrade my faction at all. I just wanted the beholder.
I mean, that's integrating him like peacefully as you did. Now, if you'd done that sooner, you could have been. My God.
Yeah, I had to grow as a person and be ready for.
You had to be ready for this kind of committed relationship. I get you.
I had to look around, see if there was something better, right? And like, you don't want to tie yourself down, too soon.
Well, congratulations, because Getra's in.
Thank
it's Table and him. It's gonna be.
It's gonna be just like Kefra. You know what would be really hard? It's really hard to motivate him to do anything else.
I mean, unless something forces him to look away from the table, right? He isn't gonna be very angry
That's
at it
true.
and come eat it. Yeah.
Yes.
All right. Good.
Well,
that is done.
Man,
Doesn't
I'm
take that long.
chewing these goals. Great. Well, Grimmett, you can take over. I'm,
All right.
newly in love and happy. So.
And by that, the NPCs.
Yes. Because of course, things might well escalate. Does specific rest in Westgate in the Eelfort, like?
Well, I think she would sort of go between now. Of course, she wants to, make sure that Gethra and the people can reach an understanding that is not Gethra eating every one of them. She needs them. But she also she wants to keep an eye on this whole fucking warder thing.
Gethra can have infinite feasts of diverse great food. He's. Yeah, that's where his mind goes.
Just spamming the fucking button, basically. Dude. Yeah, great. Solve that problem already. Yeah, she wants to try and study this. I think. She probably will have to talk to Emmy at one point. Actually, she won't talk to her. She'll send a message to whoever is the answering.
My question though, where does Vercingetorix ever sleep in Westgate?
Yeah, I think so.
Because it is a bit of a trip to go back and forth a lot.
Yeah, she would.
All right. Yeah.
Oh, she'll get the unsettling dream.
She will. Hear the voice, the command to submit and obey. But there will also, in her dream, there is another voice. One that is not present. She might inquire about that at another time, right? A voice that is not present in other people's. A voice like a blowing wind, like a roaring ocean, a storming, seething thing of hatred and anger. At first, the dream is quiet, There's the voice, there's the darkness, there's the shadow. She sees for her mind's eye a metal pillar and knows that there is a chamber in that pillar ready for her to be transformed into whatever form her whatever terrible thing they have prepared for her. They have planned for this. They know that she's here. They know that she is one of the ones who will be assimilated and brought into their fold. She's the land scoured, everything dead. And upon that high pillar lies a thing that yet sleeps, and still this power comes from it. It's sleeping form enough to influence this many people. If she was weaker, she might just submit, just beg for this to be over. There's another thing here. A thing within her own soul that has touched her, that she has let in. A thing which now senses this dream, now turns its distant gaze upon it, that now sees the water ceased and commanded by such a creature. Umberlee's eyes are upon your dream. No, a dark, cold voice says, almost spoken as by a drowning throat. No, you will not submit to this creature. We do not submit to this creature. An attempt to seize my power over the sea, over the waves, over their movement. One that rivals even that of Selûne herself. No, this shall not be. Somewhere in a distant place, Vercingetorix is aware somehow of a place in the Moon Sea, a slight settlement currently on fire, as an undead spirit pirate is walking the streets, looking upon his deeds and gathering gold to soon be thrown into the sea. A good day's work, another good day's work. Suddenly, he turns his gaze south, across the land of Semblance, across the Cormanthor forest. He's been called for another task. Somewhere his queen commands his attention. Fine. What else does he have to do? He will board his ship. He will sail, bring his fleet south once more. What does Vercingetorix do? Feeling suddenly this presence, this anger. What is her demeanor? He's been made aware that this is a dream, that she can exert some influence.
I mean, I think she very much feels like she much mirrors it, right? Like the thought of something again, like trying to mess with her mind and take control of her. That's like one of her biggest triggers,
Mm-hmm.
And I think she too responds with anger, right? She doesn't own the sea, but she certainly, she likes the sea as it is.
Umberlee notices Vercingetorix here in the dream, glances to Vercingetorix, reaches out a sort of a wavy, watery hand. Umberlee's face is almost like a creature made of water, covered in shells and corals. Vaguely feminine, if anything. As it moves, you can sort of see through the gaps in some of the corals that coat this water, and see that the inside is packed full of sharks. Thousands of them. Reaching out a massive hand towards the signature. Another one up the air, where she parts the fog, banishing it that has been clouding the dream's vision here, showing Vercingetorix the massive iron pillar hovering in the sky. Your dreamscape.
Oh lord.
Upon the top of it, though, it moves, showing the cicatrix path. Almost as if hitting a wall, the cicatrix is just momentarily knocked out, losing consciousness as her vision is being brought towards this thing.
Right.
Almost as if her mental imagery hitting the side of it is enough to knock her out. And yet she gets a glimpse of what lies inside this pillar. The pillar has no entrances, it has no way in. Not for people walking, not for people who cannot use the psionic mosaic that covers it. And yet inside are many thousands of chambers, places where untold numbers of people, beings, are being experimented upon. These pathways full of water, large multitudes of creatures, egg sacs where they grow, larval chamber where they're continuously fed as they dream the experiences. But at the heart of it, and the thing that enables it to hover and move, the thing that controls the mist, the thing that commands them, a massive apolethic creature, looking somewhat unlike the rest of them, a being of tremendous power, a being that dwarfs power that she sensed from even Umbelly's chosen. Inside, senses just a bit the largest and certainly oldest aboleth
Oh
ever
lord.
behold, seen, or known of. Gets a glimpse of the sleeping eldest that in its unconsciousness commands the sovereignty. The thing that they are trying to awaken, to bring to bear upon the world. And all they need is enough psionic power. The screams and terror, the experiences gathered from the many captured here, are slowly generating it. Westgate will simply be more fuel to the fire, to bring their divine being onto the world. When it awakens, its dreams will become reality. And Versicatrix feels now, perhaps with a bit of trepidation, in the sleeping form, somewhere in her lair, a dagger hungers for revenge. Umberlee has found the next target.
The Elder Brain?
Elder Aboleth. And her demand is never to kill it, destroy it, scatter it, and teach all that those who would attempt to usurp her power must be vanquished by it. In this, however, Cicatrix will not be alone. Oh no. This thing wishes to tangle with Umberlee. She will give it a fight. Cicatrix will awaken the dream. No longer is the pillar here. It is pretty much normal, whatever lair she has chosen here. Nothing seems stirred. Somewhere elsewhere, some guardsman or something cries out, still dreaming of the terrible things that are emanating somewhere from out the sea. How does she feel about Umberlee's command?
I think she feels a bit overwhelmed. Last time she was told to do something, but it was like, destroy this noble who took back the money he gave. Like her first feeling was like the relief, right? Like somehow, she managed to point towards this and be like, "Yo, this fucking sucks. Like, someone's tampering with your shit and my shit, right?" And then, like, she would expect her to command her to defeat some, but in her mind, right, it's like a general, a lieutenant, you know, not the deity of these horrific things that seem to be best disposed of with either divine magic or psionic magic, which she doesn't possess either of. There'll be like the stalking around in whatever big storage place she is in. Like an unrestful tampering of claws against the walls. And I think she'll leave after like not having found some other interpretation, or like, that's how it's going to be. Like, she wants to stop this from ruining her assets and her city, which it basically is in her mind now. Because I mean, there are some nobles, they can try and touch her, and they'll see how that goes. Yeah, I think she'll just fly to Imisuri, Leader's like place, and if she's not there, she'll wait there.
One might be tempted to say, but Umberlee, that's not fair.
Umberlee doesn't care.
No, she doesn't. She really doesn't.
That's the thing. What is she going to do? Either she can
would
fight
ask,
Umberlee.
Do you fear them more? Which some people might say yes, which in this case is the wrong answer.
Yeah. I mean, it's a good question. But also, she has mostly, like, she has seen more of Umberlee's power than these people, right? Like,
Sure.
It's still weird and alien. Also, there's no way she can ally with the sovereignty, though it seems like she can ally somewhat with Umberlee, right? Like,
She certainly has, yeah.
Yeah, it's like, I mean, at least if she fought Umberlee, then it wouldn't mean that the sovereignty wouldn't also fight her.
Uh-huh.
You know?
Sure.
But the thoughts are there, right? It's like, God, is this something I want to be missing? Well, either Umberlee comes for me, or, these guys try to ruin the world and, inevitably come for me. Apparently they want to do creepy experiments of me. I remember when Velignif mentioned a weird tentacle dragon, and that's not,
Mhm.
that's not really attractive to me, gotta say. So yeah, she'll fly. Temple of Malar.
When Cicatrix arrives at the temple, it is mostly desolate, though the Mesoamerican step pyramid still bristles with its ballistae at the corners and its defenses. A drow receives her, for Nova Cree is occupied, and directs her to one of the satellite structures if she would like to wait. Missouri Leaderthier is out surveying the coastline of the Golthander region and is not expected for several days. And guess if they choose to not sleep in their own encampments or on the coastline, satellite structures are placed around the Grand Temple that can occupy even larger beings.
Yeah, she'll stay there. Yeah, she'll be basically restlessly walking around until
the Green Dragon does return, not aware that Cicatrix is there. Several days later, and is made aware, and the slightly less energetic and pondering other matters, with doubt starting to creep into the cracks of her mind, ventures towards the granite satellite structure, to confront Worsicatrix and inquire as to the Black Dragon's purpose all the way out here. Knowing that if it was really desperate, Worsicatrix could have just teleported to Israel Legion, so it's not that desperate.
Vercingetorix just completely forgot, as did I. She's so out of it, I guess, that it didn't even occur to her.
Right. So it's concerned enough that you came here, but not enough that you just
Yeah.
came straight to me. Probably for the best. It would have been awkward.
Yeah, it's like, what? Why are you looking at rocks?
Deeply
Magic
busy with
rocks.
lots of other druids right now.
Yeah. Yeah, still greet her. She has come to understand that people appreciate that when you do that.
You are out so far this way. What brings you here today?
I have had, well, a couple most worrying visions. Undoubtedly, we are aware of the sovereignty's presence here. They
And these early just here does not gain that with a reply or response.
seem to be trying to target Westgate still. The waters are rising and acting strange, not flowing down. Almost as if it's a extended limb, and the mortals, as well as I, have dreams of the big slumbering one in its sleep commanding people to servitude.
The creatures of the far realm are angry over what became of the portal beneath the ruins of Starmantle. They also doubtlessly seek and have discovered they will no longer be able to access the psionic presence and separate portal which existed beneath Westgate. They have swept over the Sea of Fallen Stars for a number of years. Akenul, Termish to a lesser extent. This was only a matter of time before they ended up here for Cicatrix.
Yes. Well, I have spoken to other apparents, the Rippers.
Aha.
They could not tell me much other than saying that death was the only way of somewhat escaping the mind control, as well as psionic gifts.
I believe Yinka has something that could perhaps lead to that path in her book. If you were
Yes.
so interested.
It's like a scowl. Oh, yes, Yanka. Well, perhaps if our souls do become ours. I had a vision from Umberly.
Oh? I did not realize you were so devout in that regard. The dragon says teasingly.
She does not want devotion. Merely understanding that she will strike you if you do not do as she says.
Uh-huh. Well, the way I understand it, you've taken to living far from the coastline in the Eel Fort.
Well, yes. All this, however, stranded whales, well, as tragic as it is, did not bother me as much, but I have not fought all these years to have powers in Westgate just to see them being taken by water and goop.
If Israeli Jathira waves a claw still in her teasing pattern. Surely it's up to whoever ends up ruling the city next to resolve those problems. You never wanted to be the primary power there.
Did not, but Veliknith, who I had planned on being able to shift that responsibility and, quite frankly, bother upon, no longer is interested. The Rippers are leaving. They deem this whole area to become desolate and destroyed, and as such have moved to other places that are not currently in the eyes of the Far Realm.
And you're here so that I may soothe your concerns?
No. The Chosen of Umberlee will come here and help fight the Apolis, whatever. I do not have much knowledge, I understand, and have been referred to you as an expert.
The Green Dragon snorts. Well, it's good others see me as that.
Yes, I found it quite amusing, actually. I was asked whether I was aware of you. She's like,
My
Bob, it's just like, there's like, she's happy that, like, despite them having worked together, it's not like super well known that they're like,
My
tied.
reputation does precede me for my efforts here. However, I am not making it my ultimate mission to obliterate every aberrant creature like how Veliknith has made it his life goal to destroy every giant and crush their works beneath his claws. My paramount goal is freedom. I'm merely taking the steps I need to ensure my survival so that I may get to my freedom.
Well,
It is laborious.
sadly, it seems that I now too must take steps towards that.
She says, it was inevitable if you actually had any interest in controlling your warships and pirating, or any presence at all within Westgate.
Yes, well,
Given time, I am sure the entities will move on, as they have from Akanul, though the devastation they wrought there to that country. She tilts her head and sort of hisses, like, it's almost a pity. Their poor civilization. The entire thing. Washed away. Well, not so much. The stuff near the coast. Immense tidal waves. Reaching far into land. Westgate's right at the tip. Oh, why, their presence, if they reached as far, could even strike your Eelford directly.
yes, I am aware. I have been made aware, I should say. Now,
Miss Early just here says, the Aboleth poison that you expounded upon to dissolve slime could be a deterrent to help in defense of Westgate if that is what you're looking to pursue. Especially if the Chosen of Umberlee is going to be looking to return. Those combined
yes.
efforts could stave off the devastation of the city. How delightful that it may continue to exist. Cormyr could even be thankful to you. After all, you contending with the problem spares them from having to deal with it. Imagine that.
Yeah, Comir has enough problems. I doubt they will come here.
Yeah, they are going to be grateful. That's what I said. Because you're going to be doing it instead of them. Because if you don't do it, it'll become their problem too.
Well, I suppose if I stop it here, it will not get there. That is true.
Naturally. Were cicatrix who never desired Westgate and certainly never wished to be distant, confused ally of Cormyr. Perhaps the next Black Dread.
She looks loathingly at Emissary, like, oh, you too.
The
Like,
teasing
"Ugh."
attitude has not relented from the Green Dragon. She is both amused and weary.
Well, apparently the elder Aboleth, I saw it, a hideous creature. Every time they take people, it is to wake it more.
Mm-hmm. Not many to take in this region. The druids and rangers are spread out across a vastness. And, well,
Yes.
compared to the richness and easy pluckings of civilization, it is no wonder they would prefer to exert collection efforts upon Westgate. I have not encountered any of the dreams you have experienced.
She
Really,
looks
it's not the
about.
first time you have received such mysterious dreams.
No, Westgate seems to be somewhat of an amplifier for that thing.
Perhaps your long-term exposure to the hags has changed something within you.
The snorts. Well, if I start speaking in poetry, let me know. I will do some cleansing.
Cleansing. What do you wish of me, Cicatrix, that has brought you here?
Any knowledge you can give me about defending against this kind of threat.
The Missouri leader here, rolls her eyes up and says, well, Zalaznar has supposedly found ways of testing those who have been infected by slime, and perhaps purging them of that, and returning them to some semblance of normalcy in existence. I do not know how strong-willed your minions are, though after being exposed as I have been to Westgate, I do not believe that will matter, for civilization is full of weak-hearted and weak-minded fools, and they will cave, as many have. I do not know how you would go about protecting the city itself from the influence of the Far Realm. My work here in protecting nature has been done with Sylvanus' tools, and will continue to be done. They do not extend so readily.
Perhaps we can simulate it with Umberly, perhaps, but I suspect her methods are more direct.
Well, she gave you a vision. Her vision was not to protect the city of Westgate.
No. Yet she will come here.
Her chosen will.
Yes.
Sounds like the most meaningful conversation you would have would be with the chosen of Umberly. After all, when Umberly's fleet was here, there was little of the Far Realm's influence here.
Yes. However, I do not know when he will be here, and as such, I feel it is coming upon me to at least try and make preparations.
She says, well, the easiest way you could defend Westgate is to cull all of the weak-minded. Sacrifice them to Umberly.
She was like,
There has got to be hundreds, if not thousands, of ogres there. They're too stupid. They'll cave immediately. All those other small gangs, if they've been afflicted by these dreams for weeks, if not months, you think they'll stand up? No. The easiest problem is to just make sure that only the strong of will and mind are there in Westgate. Minions whom you could reasonably trust, that combined with your barrels of slime and perhaps some intense air interrogation to winnow out anyone who may succumb?
yes. Do you think the mind control still feel pain?
She says, I don't believe it matters. She says, but it might to you, in which case I've never given it thought.
Well, we shall soon find out.
An experiment of your own.
Yes. It's like as soon as she's like interrogation, it's like torture room. That's in her mind. That's this like those two are the same thing.
Emmy's early deserve, it's not clear, is like firmly uncommitted and unconvinced of any idea to like attack this fucking pillar. To like
Yeah.
go like try and slay like some sleeping like mammoth aboleth. Her idea is stall, deities will figure this shit out. I can go get my freedom.
I mean, I think like Vasili's just like, okay, Umberly. I mean, presumably there's not like a it has to be done before 10 years. You know, I think it's like even Umberly would agree that hey, maybe we should stop this shit from happening so that this, you know what, killing that thing's gonna be a lot harder if it's awake. Like, let
Just saying,
you.
Chozo Sylvanas is undead. Undead don't have this whole like mindfuckery problem.
Yeah. Hey,
Time
if
to-
she wants to send her chosen there,
That's not what I don't think she gave you the dream to send her chosen.
well, she said I wouldn't be alone. You know.
But yeah, you're right. That's true. Cool, I get to play the NPC chosen.
Yeah, the chosen of Umberly. The zombie.
Oh.
You get to play one of his zombies. You
That's no effort wasted right there, baby. Yeah.
Yeah, push it on someone else. Like death.
Hey, look.
Finally, the Black Dragon will take
Look.
care of this.
Look, I didn't push it on you. Umberly fucking talked to your head. Like,
Well,
that's
I
not
did
me.
ask for help. You know,
You
it's like,
slept in
hey,
Westgate. You knew the risks.
yeah. God, yeah, Vasili's just gonna be a little paranoid about Westgate now. It's like,
I mean, all of her
every
minions
time.
reported these terrible dreams, and she's like, "Hey, welcome back, could it be? I'll sleep in Westgate."
Well, okay, but those were people. You know, Gethra didn't
She's
tell
had
me about
terrible
any
dreams in
dreams.
Westgate before.
Yeah. again, she might not have paid as much attention to the
She was too
like,
busy
if
thinking about
Emmy ever
Senpai.
talked about the epaulette, it's like, yeah, that's nice, dear. It's like, it's not really like she's like, no, she'll take that's her thing, right? Like, Bienva Lignif try to keep that fucking undead thing from taking over the mountains and Wishleside. Like, this is Emmy's thing, but now
Yeah.
it's not just.
Except the thing isn't punching Emizora Leader's face; it's punching
Yeah, exactly. It's
Westgate
like, oh
too.
man.
And the
God
Green
damn it.
Dragon's like, Westgate? I don't fucking care about Westgate.
Yeah,
What's
it's
more
like,
valuable than Westgate?
yes, well, thank you for the information.
She says,
And
sure.
it's like that trying, like, I appreciate it. There's like, she's like weighing the word in her mouth, like tasting it almost.
I can refer you Zalaznar's notes on his methods of interrogation, what ways he found through his druidic magic he could cleanse some of those who had been afflicted. What you do with that is up to you. Perhaps, as you have before, we'll find a way through natural means.
Visicus is immediate, like, that seems like a hack job. they have some that maybe. Thank you.
You're welcome.
It's a weird, like, the dragon is like the black dragon, like, may not like socializing with that creepy wizard guy at the estate, but she certainly has made efforts to be more sociable. Like, oh, have you met? Like, talking about the wizard. Have you met the old dragon at the Dragon Fane yet?
Emizora like slowly shakes his head. I know Valignev has had his replacements. I've not cared to introduce myself to them.
Well, don't bother. He talks a lot and asks so many questions.
I could see how that would impede you. It would be awkward to confront the entity, given his importance in Tiamat's plans for the region.
He snorts. It's like, there's like in Stickletrix's mind, it's like, I'll eat my tail if that guy is one of the chromatics.
Yeah. Go,
Like,
Stickletrix, and may the Dark Lady be with you.
yes.
Teasing attitude still remaining the entire time.
Yeah.
I'm sure he finds it a little bit funny, maybe, that now other people are worrying about that.
Yeah. Like, that's Emmy's relationship is like, what the fuck do you expect me to do? I'm not raiding a pillar. Like, some sort of sleeping, terrifying, like unconscious, like Aboleth. Like, okay, that's not my problem. That's a Chosen's problem. I'm not Chosen. You stick something else on that.
Yeah.
I'm
No,
just
I
giving
mean, she
you
got
credit.
information. She'll deal with the teasing of Emissary. She's come to expect it, really. As it turns out, teasing Emissary is still a lot easier than to deal with an angry Emissary. So
Yeah. It's also better, I imagine, than obnoxious Cloud Giant. Like,
yeah, that has really put she had to swallow her pride and be like, no, okay, I have to deal with this because I need something from this idiot,
Yeah.
Singing giant ABCs for a while to learn.
Yeah. And now, studying under a Dayan Lich.
Yeah. The things you do to achieve our goals, right?
Yes. Well, she has that thought, when she finally is free and has killed Yaffle, viciously. Like, These motherfuckers better look out. She'll
Then
be back.
everyone will pay. That's right.
They have
You know?
wronged us.
Yeah, exactly. There's a list. And once he finds out who she'll kill next after Yavel, they will be in order.
All right, it's been close to 3 hours
Yes.
since
Oh,
we
you're
gathered
joking.
together here, Eric.
Yeah. Well, I mean, with that, I think maybe time that we advance things through a little bit, because this is not the end of what's going to happen this year, and perhaps correctly, as Sigus thinks, attacking the big flying power pillar might be difficult. You know, looked like there were a lot of bad things there. Even if she did get to it, she's not sure how she would get through. She probably can't psionically face push herself through the wall, as was done in the dream by Umberling. You know, it certainly seems like it's a bit beyond her current capability. She's good at murder, but might be limits. That said, it might not yet have to. People. I mean, well, so Vesicatrix is trying to take over Westgate, yeah?
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to, but I don't see any way of that not happening right now.
Yeah. All right, then she will.
I mean,
she will...
I think she would like to proxy have the Night Masks do it.
Sure. Yeah, they're into it.
Like if they want to deal with nobles,
They'll definitely take over them.
yeah. She'll punch people who hinder that.
Because you will hear a new rising path, the path of the impossible. People say that there is a way in which you can enter the true world, and that if you dedicate yourselves to it, your nights will not be full of terrible dreams, but instead of whispered words, instructions, just the little things you might do to help a greater whole. You know, anyone who's anyone can probably figure out where that sort of thing comes from. Still, it
The great sovereignty.
you know, yes, definitely.
Okay,
But more
well,
so,
we're murdering.
you know, I will. Do you want to gather information about it?
Yeah, sure.
Seems like an espionage sort of thing, trying to find the right people and
Influence and
extract what
treasure.
might be known about what's actually going on here. There'll be a difficulty of 4.
Yeah,
These people are
I
not the
think
most strong-willed, but there is a tendency to ditch them.
Vesicatrix will assist in this. This is important.
All right.
Also, she has to find out whether they can feel pain or not. No.
That is a failure. So you do find people, you do try to get information.
The adventurer die is an 8.
Yeah, whatever. Put them in.
You will call for adventurer aid in discovering
Yes.
what is going on with the strange cult. It does seem like a adventure thing to get involved in.
Adventure path.
Well, seems like a bit high level for the beginning, but you know, as yeah, okay. So with the adventurers, or rather, your own people don't manage anything. But adventurers, being foolhardy as they are, manage to flirt with disaster and learn of something. It's a quest they had, and they will emerge at some point, a group of them, from the Underdark, the depths of the city, the Undercity, with information. Apparently, a being is here now, something that's been worshipped, and it calls itself the Impossible. It is a creature from another world brought forth by the sovereignty, with the intention, a general, with the intention to take over and consume this city, that the eldest might live. The pillar rarely engages in anything by itself. Rather, it sends its people, its beings forward. Mizure, once she hears of this, even a while later. Then again, there's an enclave here. I think it's pretty quick. But, her people are very aware of what happens.
She built a temple of Shambhala
Yeah,
here.
it's definitely relevant. She remembers like that plate-changed worm. That seems to be the kind of thing that is sent out to handle something. This, though, seems to be more. Perhaps the sovereignty has begun losing its patience for what's going on. Perhaps it's finally time. What the adventurers will say, being adventurers, is that this is a true terrifying, what is called an astral kraken, is coming to the underworld of the city, and from there it will rise and consume all.
Oh, what kind of check do I have to succeed to know what a fucking astro? I mean, it sounds bad.
It's a harder kind of check. Definitely, it's not like that's not a common thing that people
Dear
deal with.
Umberly, what is an astral crack?
No, it's not a hard
Like, I
check.
don't care. Do it.
It's a moderate check at its level. You make that, Kenna, then.
Yeah, well. Hey.
Oh well, that'll do. Okay. An astral kraken is much like a kraken, except it has spent an extended period of time not in the sea, but engaged in eldritch rituals and that sort of thing. Krakens are highly intelligent and powerful beings. They are a masterful creature. And sometimes some of them sort of become almost like a warlock, like a kraken psionic spellscard warlock, who then stacks many different sources of power and might transform itself into an astral kraken. A psionic being, which by itself is it has become almost a creation of psionic energy, to the point where its touch might give you the touch of the far realm itself, almost as if it is a piece of the far realm torn out of the far realm and placed into the world.
Okay. Does that mean they'll spread the fucking spell plague if it touches you?
No, not necessarily. It'll probably kill you if it can. Take over your mind, that sort of aberrant thing.
Okay, but not by simply a one touch.
Probably not.
Okay. 2 touches.
As for what it does, I mean, you know what sort of thing to expect from a psionic aboleth following.
Yeah,
And certainly a
demon
very powerful creature. It
gross
is no
slime.
eldest, obviously, but it is still a like, they're not playing around.
How does it feel about aboleth slime?
It doesn't
Or-
care about it at all. It doesn't have any.
The hindrance of it.
It's a psionic kraken. Doesn't.
Okay.
What it is very good at, as you might know of krakens in general, is devouring ships.
My arch enemy!
Specially made to deal with fleets. It has actual powers that mostly target ships, and that some of them can also be used to non-ship targets, but for a fleet, it's about the worst news you can have.
Great. I was
That
so
said,
happy that my military power is currently in Westgate.
the approach currently seems to be forming a call. Beyond that, somewhere in the wells and such, oozes have begun spilling up to devouring both wooden structures and it seems more to be like a side effect. Really.
All right.
Yeah, you failed to gather information, Jake. Though it's safe to assume that there are
Yeah,
cults
it's going
and whatnot
down.
forming. You know, people are That said, the Night Masks have one particular benefit that means you can trust them pretty well. That is that they're undead. Yeah, they don't. You know, they don't have problems. Beyond that, of course, you also have the request from Kieranheim to consider.
Oh, what do they want?
No. You can ask them.
Oh,
To remember,
thank God.
it's
Yes.
established earlier.
And
Um,
remember, the undead stone giant has an incredible
Yes.
he has been dealing with the immense illithid presence beneath these mountains for some time, and that could be something you end up requesting about, because once he's freed, he might very well fuck off, and then the mind flayer is going to be like, what's going on over here now that we don't have to deal with wraiths? Or, some hot tips on how to deal with astral krakens. Not that I don't really think they the aquatic interfaces on that front, but
No, but you're right. He has been battling like that shit in the underground, right? Basically keeping it at bay.
And I think he'll be less protective of that knowledge than knowledge about the ritual. You're so inclined for that. After all, it is your request to get something out of.
That's very smart.
And it's the last ritual circle that needs to be broken for him to be free. So he's going to be pretty cooperative.
Yeah, I mean that makes a lot of sense. Do we want to play that on agreement?
Think about it.
I keep being spun into action. Are you sure you don't want to do something?
I have wanted to do things, but it requires time to pass, because I'm taking care of a very important thing right now. And has occupied my dragon's time. I'm not going to immediately go be proactive and smack an obelisk. That's not what I'm here for.
Manaka, is this something we can do in retrospect, or is it better to,
Sure, you
play
can,
it out now?
if you want to.
Well, I just I want Grimif to also play the game. I feel like that's fair.
Sure, then we can say the ritual circle was broken, and then between sessions you can actually talk with Manaka about what the hell you actually wanted from it.
Yeah, that works.
All right. Then I suppose time will pass. The cult is forming. The Far Realm presence investigators. From the north, fleet of Unbeliever begin to set its sails. They could get here pretty quickly. But yeah. So Emizure establishes the Leystones. And of course the shift in the ground and such will be happening, but that's not something she personally does.
Oh, yeah.
There's a big organization here. Handles most of that work. That said, of course, she gets informed of the goings on. People are quite concerned. This seems like bad news. Right? It does mean that they don't have to worry right now. Consideration is probably that, what they've been doing has made this a not good place.
Right. These creatures might be pissed in whatever way they may feel like being pissed over what's happened and what Emizure Leader has done, but they're also highly intelligent and they can evaluate targets, and this target has been not the target to attack. We don't really have that many people, and we're really optimized to fight them.
Yeah.
There are massive cities that have tons of people and have no clue of how to fight. Aboleths. No concept of how you could even do that. How one can even defeat that.
It's a threat that is so far beyond the common person.
Mhm.
You know, it is sort of a cosmic in its capacity. In a way, most people just accept that they can't do anything, or they try to leave. Right?
Try migrate. Go further west. We'll go to Waterdeep too.
A lot of people can't.
Make a
though,
new
and
pirate city.
don't have
A better one.
Yeah, from Dreads of the Dragon Coast to Lords of Waterdeep. Here we are.
Yeah. So, is there something?
If nothing's gonna prod me from Naflek or from Termish, and we're not gonna be attacked or nothing's gonna assail the Gulfmere Forest, because the attention ends up being focused on Westgate. I don't think so. I know that I have plenty of dice to use for actions, but this very much is a tentative wait and see this year. And because early this year doesn't want to move the druids to do anything else like she's thinking of, because there's a heavy presence out there in the water, and they're not aquatic druids that can just go swimming through the water. This is not something I'm intending to wield offensively against them. Nor would I even utilize the psionic operatives here. I think in the Green Dragon's mind, this very much is a stall plan where nature holds off, then someone more powerful than her comes around. Because that surely exists, she recognizes. Says, that seems bad. And then they find someone else, and they go away from here. She's still thinking about how the hell she's gonna, whoop Nobanian. And she kind of wants to move her druids to do some work over there, but she wants them here, just in case there's an attack of some kind.
That's the news about Naflek. They're okay with having paid off the Red Banner host right now. And they weren't going to ask Emissary for help. One
Absolutely.
of the things that was made very clear to them is that would be the same as just losing. And so that's just not something that they consider an option. Right? No real news for them. They don't really talk to the forest. They just sort of focus on dealing with their stuff. And this was expensive, but ultimately they deemed it more likely to succeed than hiring mercenaries to fight the Red Banner host.
Very good. Because earlier sure did make that offer of I'll give you the opportunity to be free. If you want me to be your protector, though, I'll come back.
Analysis.
Yeah, with all that entails. So good. That actually is pleasing for the Green Dragon. They remembered what I told them. I'm happy.
Anglespark is trying to kick his fleet into gear with the forces he has sent south, using the Dunspiran Durgar mercenaries he's hired to try to fight some of the aberrant things in the plague lands down there, in the hunt for lumber, a precious resource for Termish. His eyes are thus turned the other side. He's looking south. So this is certainly very concerning up north. The fact that the Gulfmere is between him and whatever that is, that seems fine. Good place to be. He feels like he's had the brunt of this, and he didn't really know what to deal with it. He still doesn't really know how to deal with that. He knows he's not going to go fight the whatever thing in the mist. He'll defend his own stuff. Maybe his allies' stuff, but an alliance wasn't really.
No, was
trade.
Not. Cool.
What happens.
Yep. That's great. What I think I will, what the Green Dragon will do is that she'll spend time concentrating effort and resources and shunting them sort of in a bridge of flesh and influence between the Grand Temple of Malar and the Temple of Umberlee in Westgate. because in her mind, and this is something the Malorites would certainly appeal to as well, is that we can't have the aberrant creatures get stronger by infecting everyone in the city with Aboleth slime. But we can't save them all, so we need to remain vigilant because we might have to resolve them in a violent fashion for their own good and the good of Faerun. And so I think that's something that I think would take a dice roll, just like focus and like resources and like positioning and like planning will be made for a in case of.
Yeah. Cicatrix, the Mart. I'd like you to do a policing roll.
Yeah, I was gonna suggest that actually.
Alternatively, we could have Night Masks do it, but you're probably better at it.
No.
So,
This cold is rising. Much like Emissary said, I think she will start like picking him off. Just like they're making civil unrest in my city, which is not mine, but sort of is. And
Might and sovereignty. That's like you saying, I'm not going to be the Black Dread. You're like, I'm kind of the Black Dread. I got one claw in the Black Dread.
you know. Wait, how many dice is that? Only 6 dice with her assisting. Well, roll it. 5, 4. Now, what's this fucking dice pool she's gonna be up against?
Probably pretty bad.
be an attempt to establish a cult.
Oh lord. Yes.
They will bypass you for policing.
Yeah, they will.
Yeah.
Do you want to do an actual influence plus territory espionage roll to try and countermand that, Eric? You know, they're 2 10s, they're 2 9s, they're 2 4s.
I mean, I can't. I don't even have the dice to. Unless I roll like 3 10s, I suppose. That's still not gonna be enough. Yeah, I mean, I can't do that. You know, I already spent some resources this year.
No, it did make sense. So it's not immediately game ending that the cold gets in.
Yeah. That's okay. I already killed one colt last year, so next year.
I think
Yeah.
this one's going to be better hidden. I don't think this one is going to be going Hail Bane.
Yeah. Beyond that.
No, go on.
That's not all though. Because it would be a shame if can take the issue now, wouldn't it? There'll be an attempt to quietly infiltrate the Mart. Similarly, espionage.
Oh my god.
988.
I don't think that I can defend against that.
Right.
Either.
Well, with the 8s, then, like, they're basically just going to be hiding the. You might know as a player, but
Yeah,
that's really well hit.
Where? Yeah, and I mean, that went well.
God.
Thing they they have plans. They know how to do this. Yeah, they will continue. Little reason for them not to. This time they will Make an attempt to attack your sovereignty. Basically take their sleepers and begin speaking ill of leadership. Begin talking that maybe they shouldn't die for this place. If, I mean, they're mercenaries.
Yeah, that sounds like unconventional warfare too.
They have 10 fucking.
I mean, look at the size of that I cut, Eric. That's Cormier size.
Yeah.
It is 6/4. Defending would be might and sovereignty.
Yeah.
And while I have put myself in a position to exert influence upon Westgate this year, I cannot justify a way in which I would defend this. You don't even know it's happening. You know, as a player to defend against it, but like your character doesn't even know
Yeah.
that infiltration has occurred, so I can't be alerted.
I wonder, Monica, is there a way that the Night Mask could help as they're undead and like
They can try to defend for you, sure.
don't know their stats though? Like,
I think
do they have more than 4 or 5 dice?
It turns out might and sovereignty is like their big game. Yeah, all right. They can try to intercept.
How much do they, like? Do
There's
they have more
7.
than 5? 7. Oh. I need some help, man.
Yeah, they're here for that.
I don't can't. Oh, I was gonna say, can the dragon help?
So yeah, that would do it, right? They can delete
Whew.
both sets of enemy dice. As you will, you know, they I mean, how do they do it? Why do they do it? You might ask. Well, probably represents them looking around. They're trying to take over this place, and honestly, they might have been looking for Mark that potentially wanted to leave and join them as vampires, right? Thus looking into whoever might be talking about, you know, things could change and so.
Yeah.
This could be another way, and they were like, "Oh, that's interesting," and then the person was like, "No, I'm a squid," and then you know,
Tentacles start sprout from the mouth. We're like, yeah.
At which point, I think the mark would be, or you know, they would inform Mercigatrix. So you know it. You probably already do, but your people are not all your people.
Yeah.
You know, they will lose might though. The ensuing struggle costs them. But that's fine. Sovereignty can continue. Why would they ever stop? Might and influence.
God.
That is a pair of 10s. Want to continue relying on Night Mask defense?
Can Mercigatrix help them, or like?
I think so.
Yeah, she'll aid
person
them.
involved. All right.
Of course, even if the Night Mask do fail their defense, you can also attempt a defense action as well.
Night Masks fail.
Yeah. Defense is might and sovereign. Like what?
Yes,
How would
might
I
and
defend
sovereignty.
against this?
Might and sovereignty.
The loyalty of your people and their ability to stop people from.
I don't think you could add your dragon to this roll though, since you added it for the Night Mask.
No. Yeah, that would give me 4 dice. God damn it! I don't think.
Or you could take the slap to sovereignty.
God. That's the thing, right? What am I? If I don't defend, then I'm still gonna like fall.
But if you defend, you might fall twice.
Yeah, no, I'll take it. God damn it.
All right.
What did I do? No,
I don't know. What did you do?
I don't know. I tried to click on edit and then it said reverse last move, which I don't know what it means, but
It's just you moving the token.
oh, okay.
All right. Well, seems like the marked is somewhat out of it. Then comes the real move. As the Sovereignty will begin to take over the government of Westgate. Still weak. Really putting up to stop them.
The cult?
Slowly infiltrate it, convert the members of the nobility to follow them. Become the rulers of Westgate and begin using the city guard for them. That seems like
Oh,
a
the city
useful...
still hasn't recovered, right?
It hasn't now, so it's pretty easy to do as long as nobody can take it from
Yeah.
you once you do it. The Night Masks might try. You're
Yeah.
up against...
Well, the signatures will help them because this is also in her interest. So
might. Yes, they will make an attempt here to just hard. Double 6, double 3.
God.
Westgate cannot defend. You can, of course, with might and sovereignty.
With my 4 dice. It seems unlikely,
The
you
Night
know.
Masks say, no, it's our city.
Well, actually, yeah.
We will not give it up. Right, that is double 6s, which means they delete the 6s there. But there's still double 3s. Sovereignty.
Like, could I stated that I would assist them.
Sure. Roll
I don't. Can I just
Roll a
roll
D6.
one die? I suppose I can.
Roll a d10. I mean, this is a
Okay.
d10 system, yeah.
Otherwise,
Oh. Can I just put in 1 dice for the mark?
just roll 1d10, yeah.
Right?
Oh! 9. Alright, yeah, that'll make it 2 9s. So Vercingetorix personally helps. Noticing that there's an attempt here to route into the nobility of Westgate.
No, she has worked so hard to get a proxy government.
They're not gonna, there's more attempts coming on the way.
God.
Double 9.
Again, just count on Vercingetorix helping.
Sure. We could do that.
Just what is she gonna do? Sleep while they take over the city? No,
Double 4s will not.
that's not gonna do it. No.
Romeo's color. It doesn't work. They don't have it yet, but they're doing it.
They need to set a year for it to be taken over, right? Yeah.
What do you want to tell the Green Dragon, if anything? Harry.
Yeah, she'll I mean, there's no reason not to tell her anything. Like, she'll get, like, running reports, I think.
Okay.
It's
What
like
I'm gonna
short message with a sending stones, you know, to whoever is listening.
what I think the operatives that are strung out towards Westgate, and as it turns out, conveniently the ones who are most comfortable to operating in city life, are going to focus on. Going to see if we can identify who all's in this cult of the impossible, using espionage against them. Figure out the secrets.
Because you have 6.
I was gonna say, that is your...
And they are basically an established
Stick.
hazard.
Yeah.
They are.
All right. That is 8 dice. Pair of 5s, pair of 3s, and 8s. I will lob that adventure a die in there.
adventurers report back to the Emerald Enclave, who is their patron. There'll be druids and like nature clerics and whatnot.
I will deduct a point of treasure. It seems reasonable for that.
Yeah, they have found that the call of the impossible mainly stays by the sea and by the water. It seems that touching it can bring them in contact with their unholy patron. Beyond that, they are granted audiences with long psionic eel things. Creatures of the far realm, most certainly, taking this form that here. Command them. Themselves are not strong, not powerful. They are indeed like the weak who have succumbed.
Okay.
Apparently, they have been promised that should they continue to serve well, they will be transmuted. Their flesh will be used to create what's called an epileptic slayer, a creature of murder, destruction.
That sounds pretty bad.
To better serve the Epileths on land. They have them in their pillar, but they want more. They want to bring them to bear here. They're made to basically go on a rampage when possible. Slay and solve fear.
Okay. I think what this will then turn into is I'm going to have the sinister operatives of my Emerald Enclave go hunting after the cult of impossible within the streets of Westgate.
All right, that's unconventional warfare. You already know who they are, so that's difficulty 4.
Okay. That is a might plus influence roll with 2 extra dice, so that is a whopping 10 dice. That is triple sixes, double fives, triple fours.
You hunt down the cult, dispelling the hazard until such time as it is successfully reestablished. They find them. They have a good idea of who they are, and killing them is laborious, but with that result, it is not difficult.
Praise
successes.
Sylvanas!
As the Malorite, were-rats and whatnot have been in Westgate before. Yeah, they can skulk, they can hunt.
Some of those drow with the giant spiders, maybe.
They're sinister operatives.
There we go.
Yeah, certainly putting a damper on that. Now, both the Marked and the city itself are infiltrated by the Epileths, but that's a way in rather than a direct.
Yeah.
Don't know what's going on.
As regards to the city, Emizora Legiofear is I can handle the nobility if you want me to. It wouldn't be the first time I had my druids beat them up, but I don't know whether you're gonna like the way I'd handle it. Gonna leave that one up to Worcicatrix.
You're gonna make Westgate an Emerald Enclave city?
That would not be a
No,
city.
the nobles would be fucking dead.
They'll all be killed
Like,
down.
Yeah, the druids have warned the nobles once back when this whole thing popped up a couple years back at the Thayes, you stay out of this shit. And there is going to be no peaceful or kind resolution. They're going to be slain, which is going to possibly make controlling the nobility awkward if Emizora Legiofear kills them.
Yeah, I mean that basically means that we just reduce the Westgate faction. Instead of it becoming an ally in the future, it just becomes a zeroed out thing. It doesn't have anything. There's no city guard. There's nothing there.
Yeah, I like the city guard. It's like a nice barrier for people to take over.
Yeah, they're not
I think
super strong, but they got a
she
bunch
would,
of threes. They're not weak.
Yeah,
Emerald Enclave won't interfere then any further.
Though she's definitely pretty frantic. She's walking around her own ranks,
Yeah,
testing people by acid.
Right. Which perhaps I could offer to help with that. I've got the techniques that Zalaznar employed to test druids. Now that was with Aboleth slime, and this is a bit different what's happening here. But if you would like to entrust all of your minions to the care of the Emerald Enclave temporarily, you might be able to suss out the infiltration.
I mean, as long as it's here in Westgate.
I mean, on the flip side, if they're so weak-willed once and you keep them on Westgate, they're gonna break again, right?
Like, we can't give you all my units. I need them.
You'd have to cycle them further inland, yeah?
Yeah, well, or kill them anyway. You know, that's.
But it's up to you. It's your faction stuff.
I don't know that she like feels like yes, there's people in her faction that are not loyal to her. I don't know that she's ready to be like, yes, send all my troops inland to the druids.
Well, no, you
yeah.
just like funneled them to the Temple of Umberly, Westgate.
Oh yeah, I mean they can go there and be certified.
Obviously, you're having awkward times because you're like meshing with the Sleepers Council this year.
You know, yeah.
A lot of
Some
new
people
people
have a
fighting
little
it.
bit of unrest about that. You know, their
Yeah.
best friend got eaten by the beholder before we established no eating random people
But-
policy.
Or on the flip side, you mean I have other duties besides feeding the beholder?
Yeah.
What is my life's purpose now?
I hear there's a cult of impossible. No.
Okay, so
Well,
in that
also
case,
wants to be fed.
okay. It looks like what I'm looking to do here with the run rule engine is looking to see if I can purge the ranks of the marked to suss out who's thinking that maybe squids aren't so bad.
Sounds like an opposed espionage.
All right, that's what I'm doing.
Means that
That-
we'll roll, and whoever rolls generally the more successes or higher.
Yeah. Take influence and treasure.
With.
Yeah, I don't think I will use anything to increase influence or treasure at this time. That's not like Missouri Leaders here is involved in this. It's gonna be 6 dice. Let's go. Jesus!
Sounds pretty good.
Understood.
Wow.
No.
Holy
Yeah.
fuck.
Who the fuck could have possibly done that? I don't know.
Yeah. The druids have done this before. And they
I'm
can,
shaking my head.
I
You
mean,
can't
with
see it.
triple tens here, it's an efficient and quick measure. You know, go in, look a guy in the eye, tear his head off. You know, get the pot thing that lives there out, and so on and so forth. It's almost routine, and they come off while doing it. They come off looking real good as well.
All right.
Oh yeah.
Like, oh yes, we've been doing this for years. To the point where the marked, if there are any left.
Yeah. Ostensibly, what I should have been rolling this entire time as well as my psionic operatives to gain an expert die. I should have been working that. Oh well.
I assumed they were staying home and didn't use them.
That's true.
Yes.
Yeah, absolutely. That would have made perfect sense.
That said, the Temple of Umberly here is interested in fighting off this, because they Umberly's will is not subtle here. When someone says, "I will control and calm all the water," she's not. That's not okay.
That's not okay for the bitch queen.
She's not a reasonable figure, and so she does not react. I mean, what is even the reasonable reaction here, right? She might be unnaturally reasonable in this manner, but she demands that they solve this problem, and if they can't, then they will die a drowning death, and then it will continue to try as undead, sort of drowned minions. That's how that works.
It's an elegant system.
Leads on the way. Called here to exact vengeance. However, this temple is pretty close to the water's edge, by the very nature of it being, a temple to by design. and the many sharks and such that patrol it, there's going to be an actual attack upon this.
That makes sense.
A powerful entity looking for a suitable lair, and they claimed, water temples like a perfect choice. Something like that.
Wow.
So that will be an attack with the attempt to seize territory, I suppose.
Okay. Not that that temple is actually a permanent piece of my territory.
No, but it's the best approximation, right?
I get you, yeah.
That. That is a success. You can resist if you wish, or let them have it, basically. It's assumed that there is some base like resistance from the Umbali priests, right? But they are ultimately parts of the enclave.
777 Looking at my stats, looking at what I want to roll, looking at like my notes here, and I think that's gonna be enough for Missouri Allegiance here to say, nah, let them have it.
All right.
Like that's Umberlee's thing, really, and I'll just I don't even want to be like a possible target there. That's going to be enough to Missouri Allegiance there pull the Emerald Enclave back this year.
All right. As the wrong color. The shadow. You will also push that back.
Oh my god! I had
They're not
forgotten
colors
how
are.
bright
Map could be, yeah.
the actual map is. Yeah.
That's right. Fuck you, Shar.
Also ended up doing here was delete much of the clock here. Just refill.
Phase perfectly forgotten. We're in the clear, folks.
Ooh, what?
Yaffle? She's somewhere.
For this point at the moment.
Okay.
All right. Omia is not threatened by you all right now. That's been the case for a long time. Yeah. As that has been removed. Basically, that area has been, the water has sort of raised up like a bubble almost to cover it. And in there can sometimes be seen strange glints and ripples and tears as more foul realm creatures are being brought in as reinforcements.
Okay.
That is something the beast that now dwells there.
All right. Can't have the Emerald Enclave look weak. Missouri Allegiance here pulls them back. Then she looks at her psionic operatives and decides this is the opportunity to actually do a field test with them. The druids come back, but it's not their purpose to really fight psionic entities on that level. She's going with the psionic operatives in tow to take that Temple of Umberlee back herself.
All right.
And a might plus treasure attack. With an expert die, which I'll go ahead and declare as a 10. Do that. Okay. That's 7, 8 dice.
Or an 8.
Um,
Stupid adventures.
Set this die to any number you want before rolling your pool. The expert die is, yeah, I gained that. It's not cool. Great. 8 dice. All right. That is a pair of tens and perhaps a triple 8.
See if that's needed.
Yep.
Defense here.
That's a good fucking roll.
Pair of tens, triple 5. Now, this is a defense, not a counterattack. So, So your pair of 8s would
Okay.
do it because you have a 10 from the expert die.
Yep.
So yeah, you can do it. You can smash in and now sort of basically like destroy the water bubble thing that was there. It
Yep.
was being prepared quite clearly to be the dwelling of probably the impossible once it surfaces and begins.
As
Begins to turn this place into a plague land, right? That's its purpose.
Yep.
The create
And
plague land ritual.
as Dorgar adventurers and Earth Genasi arrive with a terrifying, immune to daze and domination green dragon in tow to smash the bubble.
Yeah, there's like 3 aboleths that are and lots of scum and whatnot.
I'm fucking level 23 and I'm like, Jesus, 3 aboleths.
Oh god.
I mean, the standard aboleth these days is it's a level 17 creature. It's just strong enough that you could fight it. But if it was any weaker, you wouldn't even need to.
Yeah.
I
I know there's a
imagine-
level disparity there, but it's still like the fact that it's 3 aboleths.
It's an actual power, and a reminder that that's the sort of thing you're dealing with here, right? You're dealing with something that has them in numbers that they can throw them away.
Yeah.
And,
That it can just spin those highly intelligent and alien creatures.
Yeah.
Just
because they produce them like in mass in there.
yeah.
Continuous sort of spawning ground of these things. The way they're
Great.
self-sufficient with a certain amount of upkeep. It takes time for them to grow, powerful, but there's some that have been growing for a long time. And beyond that, their forces are assisted by other things. Strange Nothics, for example, secret stealers. There's apolethic scum, plenty. That's what some people are turned into. Certainly plenty of those. Maybe she even gets sight in the distance of one of the aberrant sentinels, the large, pale, multi-eyed eel creatures that have been brought from the far realm. And is reminded of the acidic eels once upon a time. They seem to be in the same sort of venue as that.
This also is the apolethic sovereignty's opportunity to get a sight of her
Mm-hmm.
and a good glimpse at that.
Yeah, she's a known enemy.
Mm-hmm.
They have dealt with this one before, and she's not one that is taken lightly. Basically, as she shows up, right? They focus on her, they try to deal with her, but ultimately, she has made herself powerful enough to resist their strongest weapons, which is the domination effect.
Mm-hmm.
With 3 of them, there's a lot of attempts to dominate, but they don't work. Now, the aboleths don't necessarily know that they don't work, but they're learning that they don't work.
Right? Is she
No
like
matter
a
how much
fucking
they put on it, it
undead?
just
Like,
doesn't-
what the hell kind of
doesn't do it.
protection does she have?
Well, she's epic. And they're beginning to sense that the world, in a way, is fighting with Imisure. Toril does not welcome them.
I like that vision. Good.
Yeah.
Yeah, obviously we'll hear about the news as well. Green Dragon has vanquished what destroyed the Temple of Umberlee. And
As it is, though, I think Imizar Leader will probably linger here for the rest of the year. But there's not a temple here anymore. She hears Umberlee's forces are coming down here, and Westgate really isn't what she cares about.
Mhm.
Just had to prove a point here, and field test the psionic operatives.
well, events are happening. Adventurers are certainly doing things.
Hey, wait.
Yeah?
No effort wasted here. No, I don't know if I can but the fact that you are she's doing He's doing multiple things at the same time. It's like, yeah, I mean, I can field test my troops, and then I can prove a point. Also, this will probably make her look better in the eyes of Umberly. Right? It's like,
What are you trying to compel my dragon to do?
no, I don't know. I just
You're saying that this should have been a compel, given
like
the
you were-
multitude of reasons for being here.
yeah, getting everything done at the same time.
Oh, okay.
That is convenient.
I mean, I'm willing to take a point of Dragonica.
Sure,
Yeah.
take it.
Oh
Alright.
yeah. It's like you don't get compelled of it. No, yeah, you're fucking
Yeah.
doing it.
All right.
Doing
Cool.
the thing. Yeah. Yeah, I think the presence here is strong enough that Getro certainly is getting ready to he's ready to get involved. Beyond that, of course, you also have the alliance with Darkhold should you require additional aid from
Yeah.
their side. And
yeah.
perhaps something Visigorex hasn't expected is that to the city's nobles who currently are they seem to want to they don't need help, obviously. They, refuse all assistance. But even a concerned Comerian party shows up in Westgate to take a look around the situation. Maybe this is something they need to help deal with. This could be bad.
I mean, those guys.
Well, a group like him. Here, just to
Yeah.
just see what's going on. No one likes the whole thing in Sembia. There's a war coming probably. But there's been a stalemate for a long time. It probably will last a bit longer, right? So this thing seems a bit more immediate.
Yeah.
I think that really begins to close. Beyond that, I cannot imagine the Dragonfey not offering its assistance as well, which it can. We'll have them be able to support you. What's the Dragonfey's going to do? You ask. Well, they're going to send weapons to whoever they need to help. Right? That's kind of what they do. Greater scheme of things.
Cool.
Yeah. Yeah.
Manakai.
Yes.
Weird theoretical question,
Okay.
which might be something Vesica's responders herself. So that pillar feeds on the suffering of the victims.
In a way, yeah.
The avatar of Nabanian
Uh-huh.
being basically spell plagued, would that be like a eternal power source that basically fuel as well?
Oh, it would be very good for them to get that, yeah.
Oh, get it, but they don't already get it like automatically.
For him existing? No.
Yeah, even though he's blue score.
Totally different thing owns that one.
Great.
If they could get access to that, that would be a great thing. They don't really know about it yet. They might learn about it now that they begin to get further in, but it's far enough inland that they haven't gotten to that. So they're not like most things basically everything underwater they know about. What to do while infiltrated they know about, but their general intel about like deep inland sort of things, especially something that powerful in a region where nobody really lives, is something they haven't necessarily yet. That said, if they could get access to that, that'd be amazing for them. Tremendous ability. That is not something Millar would support.
I'll just have the Avalos weaken Nobania for a capture. Genius! That is no effort wasted right there. Peak.
Two rocks with one stone once they unify.
Once, an astral fucking whatever gross being comes in, stretches his gross tentacles all the way from Westgate and there.
Listen, I just gave the middle finger to it's the lair they were trying to build
You
for it. The
did.
rest is up to you.
Incredible. Yeah, next year I'll have, stats and stuff. So
Uh-huh.
looking forward to it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So is that panic when you get attacked when you're like already spent your resources like no.
Yeah, I mean they accomplished well part of what they wanted. You sort of took care of the infiltration again, but they still have infiltrated the city council, the nobility, and they're currently in control of it. So if you don't take it from them next year, they will form a city
No,
sort of
yeah, they'll take it.
government to basically make them the state religion, right? And then, beyond that,
Yeah.
there are things in this city that cannot necessarily be dealt with by just minions, right? You need either powerful characters or yourselves to get involved.
Yeah.
We've seen Cindermoon do important things in the past. Golden Fire do big things. Such meetings and deals might be necessary to deal with some of these things if you do not wish to go and throw down your life to fight them yourself.
Yeah.
These things from the Far Realm are a absolutely terrible film.
I agree.
Yeah.
Turns out I don't like to be dominated.
If there's ways to solve that, then that might be.
Yeah.
I would say their abilities have generally been foreshadowed. We've seen what sort of things that they like to do, and dazing and like dominate effects are certainly.
Yeah.
And pretty strong.
Yeah.
And auras of death and
Yeah, like even though like say like
so...
if I were a different character, like it doesn't matter if I'm like fucking level 23 and those 3 Aboleths were level 17, I wouldn't have done to them what I did to those Sphinxes. Like that would have been a different conversation. It's because of the epic destiny that the Green Dragon feels comfortable in like doing this. She has prepared her body for this.
Ultimately, her destiny is to protect the world from the stuff that these things are.
The hero you need.
Beyond that, we're sort of approaching the end of the session here, and because I think it's more fun, also the end of the year, it's more fun to do things we actually have resources to do them with. Something that was brought up earlier that I gave some thought here was the thought of the hags that could be approached by Vercingetorix. Is that something you would actually do?
Yeah.
What would you ask them?
Well, no, she has the ritual that Salasnor had made.
Well, I don't think Zalaznar made a ritual so much as
the methods, I suppose.
Yeah. Yes.
She'd ask whether that's something they can like assist with.
Like investigating.
Yeah.
Who's sure, but they would prefer not to go to Westgate personally.
Yeah.
They wanted to stay back at the Eelfort.
Do they have any because I'm feel like his approach would be druidic. Is there a way that they can translate it into a more traditional arcane?
So the hacks actually do similar things in a way as the Aboleths. There's the Sea Hack sister, as they're continuously sort of not reborn as the same personality, but with some of the same abilities. Their coven is persistent, even if the individual members are not. She is she modifies creatures. Back when she was encountered first time, she had modified goblins and the like. In the end, made a Hydra to serve her goals. So personally weak. That's somewhat like epileptic slime. And then you have a mind controller. So there are things they could do to help find people. I'd say that's a justification for trying.
Cool.
So you're not going to have many years left with Mother Druma. You're going to get used to talking to a different hag.
Yeah.
I remember the warning you got last session that they're going to be looking for a replacement for to transfer her
I'll
into.
miss her. You know.
And
Well-
Manikai can bring back one of the other hag tokens that
Dust it
Well, we-
off.
Yeah.
Yeah.
we killed those two like fucking 90 sessions ago.
I'm
One
not
of them
gonna
was a creator of
have
Rare
them
Beasts.
scry because like I don't know if the effect like if it's gonna be the same effect as like if they scry on Blue Flame, but I'm not gonna like
Well,
try it out,
not
even
on
though
the-
they're spare hacks, you
Yeah.
know.
Attempting to scry on the obelisk may also not be that might not lead to good things, right?
Yeah, that's what I said. Like, that's not gonna like that's I don't believe.
Because the sovereignty can look back at you. I think. I think that's
Yeah.
how that goes. When you peep, they can peep back.
So I feel like yes, they will be put to work in you know
Mhm. Yeah.
recognizing people or teaching the cicatrix how to in a non like oh we smear some mud on them or whatever like
Did
I
you,
don't do druidic magic.
did you figure out your question or your request from the Death King? Because that's this year, and you know
Yeah, I
now
think
it's not the time to break that agreement. I feel.
no. She oh, God.
That'd be some shit, wouldn't it be?
Okay, we're going back to throw
Actually,
down.
you know, just end the campaign now. just, I'll go punch Cormier and the Red Wizards too. You know,
Yes.
and Char.
Go steal your fucking Orb of Storms back and
Yeah,
off
you
go.
know, just everything, just compile.
I
Then
mean,
I'm gonna teleport
there
to
was a great story
Hemisphere
there.
Leaders
Like,
here.
I mean, it came up earlier, like in the session. Like, what if we just fucking move the Waterdeep? Fuck this whole Dreads of the Dragon Coast shit.
Yeah.
And we're the Lords of Waterdeep right here.
I mean, they wear masks. No one would recognize us.
Fuck this ritual.
Really. She would, I think, like your Mr. Ideas, like she would ask, like, basically for methods to contain the, because he has been fighting the goddamn fucking, you know, all the
Mind
dwellers of the
flayers.
deep, mind flayers and shit.
And
She needs
you would like his
knowledge.
race to like continue to do that, so that
Yes.
you know in a couple decades when you're retreating from the coastline, that the Illithid empires would go, "We want our slaves."
Yeah.
All right. That was something he himself brought up as a possibility, leaving like some of his as he goes wandering, leaving some of his things down here too. Basically, keep the way shut.
Yeah.
There's massive catacombs down here, and he has to conquer the world. So first thing for him to do is to go and gather the power he hasn't been able to access. Make sure he's not imprisoned again. Finishes his recent work. Meeting him, you know, quick enough. He's already sent the chosen to after being reported that he's no longer what they wanted. He didn't. He's like, whatever. I'm not keeping him. I don't need him.
Yeah, he's trash.
Rather, it's more that he's like, the fact that you wanted him means that he clearly is not doing well as a servant.
Yeah.
He has also failed at everything he's been asked to do, even with additionally. So you know, maybe that's because the chosen they actually want to do it, which, you know, from the Death King's perspective, still makes him somewhat of a waste of time.
Yeah.
He's not used to dealing with people who don't have opinions.
Yeah, who have a will. You.
So, yeah, your request is that's simple. Sure, you want him to keep some undead things in the mountains. That's fine. He wasn't intending to take all of them anyway. That would just be bothersome. Yeah. He has significant resources, though. He'd like to keep it that way. Even though he might be out of here to not be imprisoned.
It would be awkward if the Illithids, while he was gone, like, raided through his stuff that he had here.
Yeah, right? And it's not like he wants to carry, like, tons of dead giants and undead hags and whatnot with him. That's, you know, he doesn't really... Travels better.
Yeah.
Earth gliding about. So yeah, that can certainly be done. You don't have to worry about the Illithid city down there. You know, the best way to deter is to make them afraid. They're not easily afraid, sure. They don't think they can be bested, but all they have to do is doubt that you could defeat them, and they will keep their distance until they know for sure that you. The undead is something they do not understand. It's something that does not exist in the Far Realm. Something that their powers cannot influence. Some beings whose minds they cannot read. It makes them uneasy. Perhaps, well, certainly, the city down there brought its full power to eradicate me. They would have that and more. But they won't. It's not worth it. They are contemplating forever, thinking deeply. And as long as it is not worth it to move against me, they won't. And I have made sure that if they did, it would cost them dearly. They care about their own lives, after all. They need them to do whatever it is they wish to do. I'm sure your foe and the sea is similar. They care about their existence. They do not want to risk it. Certainly your life, far less valuable than theirs, and if they traded that 1 for 1, well, then they lost their own mind. Find a way to hurt them. Find a weapon to do so, though I imagine there are few of them. Having one should be able to deter them for a time, though when they come for you, they will come so much the stronger. He seems mostly disinterested in this topic, right? It's not something he's like really cares about. He's been standing in the way of them more because this is where he is and they are below, than because he actually wanted to. That said, you mentioned the giants originally punished him by imprisoning him here, partly because it would put him in the way of the beings below.
Oh, great.
Oh yes, most pleased. Most pleased.
Yeah. All right. Well, he'll be free.
Yeah. He will. At which point,
I guess in retrospect, he will be free. He will have been free.
Yeah, he will. He will. At the point when he is, he'll just sort of look upon the place for them, and upon whoever is present. Probably both you and me.
Yeah.
As if for a moment contemplating if this is the time of his great betrayal. But no, that's not necessary. That's not quiet. In fact, it would carry no purpose. The fact that you're currently spending your time fighting aboleths is perfectly fine. He has no love for those things. No one really does.
No, they're horrible.
Oh, well, urge itself withdraw into the mountain. No longer needed on the surface, really. And, he, himself will stay for a little time to deal with things, and then he will be, he'll be going out to other places to wreak havoc. He will say, however, I would appreciate it if you did not mess with the ritual should you be able to access it. I have made some modifications, and I quite think that deeply modifying things would require unmaking a few of them. Let us both continue to benefit from its success.
She'll just nod.
Good. I will know.
Yeah. Does you nod again? Yes, he will. You know.
Well, 12
Yeah,
years
yeah.
from now, he's like taking over like Candlekeep on the Sword Coast, rating it for like knowledge, and just like a little ping like reaches like his mind, and he lifts his head and looks out at the water and says, "That bitch."
I believe they betray me.
You're right.
I should have known when they destroyed the bones. Under King.
Yeah, it's a big move. Well, you know, you sure they'll have to
Oh,
play.
Nike hasn't done dick. Yeah, fucking.
Really, this third request was like a freebie to like make a bet.
Yeah.
It cost him nothing. He was doing it anyway.
I mean, but Vesegus gained something because Veligner still got his weird servant, you know? So. It's good for both of us, you know?
Everyone wins.
Yeah. Yay.
That's right.
Yeah,
Which
yeah.
is certainly how this session didn't have to go. There's some big dice slung around here. I was
God.
I'm glad that you did get that integration, but I was like, man.
It's a rough
Yeah.
time. Having all those minuses? Ugh.
I mean, well, now they're actually going to be full numbers next year.
Yeah.
So you held out. You didn't take any permanent hits.
Thank you. Emerald
yeah.
Enclave.
I was able to purge the Cult of the Impossible and remove the infiltrators
Yeah.
from your faction, the nobility. That's not like that city's really mattered, right?
No, I mean, if they're bitches, they'll be eradicated, so.
That's so you say, but those cockroaches have managed to endure for how long
I mean,
now?
that's like when Emissary was like, yes, I mean, we'll just kill all the weak-minded, and then there'll be no problem. Like, that might very well be her strategy, because it's like, as long as Westgate, like, people will flood here. Not now, because there's bad shit going on, but like, once it's resolved, people will flood here. People have come here despite all the guild wars, despite like, you know.
People keep coming back.
Yeah, people will be here because the world sucks and they're desperate.
Yeah, you can
You know.
afford to have some callings every now and then. Yeah,
Yeah, like, you know.
sure.
Yeah. That said, you know, the sovereignty probably isn't just looking for people. They had got plenty of those in Akamul, and to some degree in Turmish.
Well,
Nope.
probably knowledge. I mean,
Maybe you.
me.
Yeah,
You
it's
lost a dragon
No.
servant. One got
I
killed.
mean, there's a green dragon
Bring
servant.
it. No, that doesn't work.
yeah. That's
God damn it.
yeah. Like can't be me. I'm like the living personification of like Faerun come back to smite the far realm. So
Maybe
it can't be me.
Semrius, you know, maybe everyone.
You know, could be Zethasden.
They're looking at like, oh, that dragon would look a lot better if it had like 10 tentacles. Like, no. I don't think so.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Yeah, but let's and the Illithid certainly have very different means of doing what it is that they do. They don't like each other. We've seen sort of an Illithid dragon, and we've also seen an Apolethic dragon.
We have.
The Apolethic one was killed by a duel.
That was a good fight.
A tough creature.
It sure was. The sort of thing you shouldn't be able to get away with, but Emissary Legionnaire was uniquely qualified for that specific thing.
Yeah, you two have certainly been taking good advantage of doing the solo battles, right? Even if it's
God.
That's true.
I mean, I think last time was my first hard like solo battle. I mean, when I fucking defeated the ogres, I was murdering everywhere. Because I was like looking like,
you
what
did
the
have
fuck?
the vampire for support. You just didn't need it. Like last time was I have not had a solo battle that was as harrowing as a, oh no, if this bitch rolls well on 2 attack rolls, I could just be dead. Like, just resolved. Gone. Just in hell. But it didn't happen?
That said, I will also be looking to update some of the companion characters, because some of them, like for example, Perstrix the Gardener, hasn't had an update in a while. And maybe he's not really at the level, like he's not epic tier, right?
Mm-hmm.
But I still feel like some of them might help. Especially now we're sort of the 3 playing. We might need to bring more people sometimes.
I guess sure.
For some fights, and if you have some people you think would be interesting to bring, like for example Getra, I imagine that's you've been wanting that for a while. I feel then tell me and I'll remember that person is a thing. There's a lot of people around who.
Yeah. I've considered possible NPC minions for months. It's just I've never needed to roll it out because we've not had a lair assault, which is where I would have introduced something like that.
Mm-hmm.
And so I've, Nova Cree has ended up serving my purposes as the go-to NPC for the story connection of how does he keep doing this?
Say though that you were going to bring someone to fight an Astral Kraken, who would get to go?
Not Nova Cree. 100%.
No. That guy is.
God.
Bless his evil heart.
He's like, wait a minute. You're saying you could offer me even more power? Hold up. Slow down. You mean, wait. You could take a dragon.
I hold my turn.
Let me think about this.
Oh, I'm wounded. Let us see who is the winner of this fight, so that I may.
So I'm like a half dragon, but you could also fuse me with essence from the far realm.
Can you technically have 3 halves?
In the most impossible way. My God. It's not even a spell scott. No? Okay. Yeah. Yeah, he's... I'd probably feel better about that if his wisdom weren't, his dumb stat and he was as power hungry as he was.
He's very charismatic. Just...
Yeah. I think it would probably be one of the keepers of the Cerulean Sign if I were to bring an NPC with me too. That would be the most appropriate given the psionic task force I've made.
That makes a lot of sense.
I've interacted with Zircon the most. Rendukar seems the more homebody.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. There you have anyone if Getra wasn't available?
They're not cry.
Yeah, but who would you then go to? Do you have anyone else in mind? I mean, there's of course the vampire, right? He updated a bit.
Yeah, probably Cassell, but I would like to also have a marked lieutenant.
I guess give some thought then to what a lieutenant like that would look like. I've considered what members of the people who hold power in my personal domain have.
Yeah.
Because Zal's not super powerful, but also not someone I would wield in that way.
Right.
He's. I mean, he would take a long time to.
Yeah, that would be part of the thing.
He can sort of walk around in the trees, but an alliance would have made Anglospark available as a person to request, right? But that didn't really happen, and he's not going to sign one now, right now.
Yeah,
that would not be wise for him. So there's people around we have met. I think we've met a lot of NPCs, right? And knowing which ones you're I could see that. I'll make it a priority to make sure that they have a stat line that actually functions.
Cinderbird.
Yeah, I don't know that the Mystic Burr is high enough level to deal with this shit.
Well, he might still be able to help to some degree. I mean, at some point.
The best thing is that he's the most psionically gifted individual you have.
Yeah,
and that's the thing
I was like, oh my god. Plus, he's a psionic. No,
Bugbear.
The best.
Bugbear.
Yes, that's the best.
Like him having this gift,
his name is Burr.
You're wielding him against this the direct opposite. He is your best suited minion for it.
True.
And again, my design goal here will be to ideally, give them a class. They will use NPC classes that function as, well for them. Mystic Bear will probably be a controller. That seems likely,
Yeah.
Nova Cree Striker, obviously. You can sort of think about that. Casella's like a skirmisher kind. Getter is some sort of brute. Frontline sort of face into the enemy barbarian style thing.
Yeah. Zircon would also be a controller, given how you described those were mostly scions.
Yeah. And you can sort of, that's something you can consider, of course. Beyond that, I want to make them relatively simple to use with a general, somewhat obvious synergy. You can think about, Shu Cheng here from the Captain of the Dragon. We didn't really see her much in a fight, but we saw her a little bit. Very focused on controlling people by knocking them down, denying them movement, and then dealing them damage when they're on the ground, right?
Yeah.
Generally, a couple
That's just pretty
powers
cool.
that are iconic and that sort of can make this work. And then, of course, I want them to balance based on their levels so that they can actually be effectively helpful. Probably going to be primarily like Paragon level enemies. We don't have a lot of epic ones that are available sort of as your minions. They would be probably allies, like say Guildenfire at some point would be an epic tier thing we could bring in for a battle, right? Cinnamon 2 is like an epic tier thing. Like there are people around, but they're not as available as you do have.
Janissar.
Generally, your people will function as elites of their level, which means they'll generally be a few levels lower than the enemy, but as an elite, they will have slightly higher stats, should they'll be able to hit and do a bit of damage and such. And generally also,
they'll
being
also
elite,
have more HP than we
give
do.
them tons of HP, allowing them to take some hits, which matter less.
Yeah, Basilicus is about to empty the entire city of Westgate's healing potion supplies again.
That's going to be something to consider as well. Like after this year, especially with the fleet of Umberly arriving and how stuff has changed, what that's going to do to, I don't know if that's gonna impact your stats indirectly, probably not, but shipping is practically non-existent now.
Yeah, right now certainly, and certainly also to Tizir. The benefit that the Marked have is that they've joined the Black Network, which means that currently there's a beautiful black sort of trade line going along this major road to Erebor and all the way to the Sword Coast. Beyond that, the people that do move into Netheril to trade, along the Netheril Desert and such, they're also members of the Black Network for the most part. And that's not good guys. They're kind of betraying civilization and life and what's good and whatnot. They don't really care. There's good profit in it. So how about some illegal Symbian healing potions?
The greatest story impact then sounds like it'll be to your naval force and your minions, because you can't safely keep your ships in Westgate. You basically have to hide them in the to the west, in the lake.
Yeah.
And I don't know how comfortable you even feel trying to wield those against the sovereignty. What's that? Kraken specialized breaking ships? You said that?
Yes.
Those are the words you uttered?
It is almost as if they expect a fleet to be coming towards here, and they're preparing for
it.
Yeah. As if that's what's happened before in the past. So they would expect it again.
Astral Kraken.
Yeah, what we're gonna do is we're gonna take a couple of big ships, very big ships, and we're gonna fill them with poison.
You'll have to make a hole in the obelisk, though.
No, I'm telling you, I'm talking about the astral Kraken.
Oh, I got it. Basically, depth charges.
A giant bomb that he then swallows.
Well, the problem is that it's Aboleth slime, and he's not an Aboleth. He's an astral Kraken. Different.
Yeah. Well, we're gonna have to research. Luckily, he'll be eating a lot of ships, so there's a big opportunity.
I'm going to go on a limb and say not even your Ogmite library that Ganazar is maintaining has Astral Kraken intel.
No. Somehow I knew about them, you know?
Well, I mean, you knew about Topaz Dragon, so what the fuck,
It's
right?
true. So
You know about all this archaic shit.
my old ways have finally knowledges have finally caught up.
And in reflecting on that before we're still here at the end session, I guess I have a goal to fill, huh?
Yeah, you both do. Completed an easy and a hard goal.
We're like power leveling these days, man.
in the years to come, the terrain around the Golthandor region will continue to rise. The coastline will just become ever more frightening.
Yeah, and harder to traverse by anyone, really.
Now, I might not be here next Friday. I will update as soon as I can, but
All right.
there's a big chance.
When do you think that is? That you can update us?
Sunday?
All right, that's enough time in advance.
2 days. That's fine.
If you're not, I'll just hang out with Manikai for 4 hours and talk shit about you.
Yeah, I mean, I'm used to that.
I'll tell him about all of my NPC ideas that I've kept under wraps this entire time, and you won't get to hear any of them.
No, but I need that lore.
Oh, maybe Manikai will be generous enough to record it and preserve it, so you can hear about all of my other NPC lores I've made.
Yes. I want them to interact. Here's Novacree, here's the other person. Now, put them in a room.
In a way, that's happening with Novacree and Yinkin. Has been happening for...
Yeah.
They have history together, because I made that happen.
Yeah, Yenka is well studied out. She's artillery. So.
Hey, I didn't even
Okay,
realize you
yeah.
had made her token weird and scaly.
No, she got scales, man.
Oh yeah,
And
she
red
definitely got
glowy
it.
eyes and stuff.
She's incredibly well developed and has had quite a bit of notice. If there's a direct fight happening here at the Grand Temple of Malar, though, I know which paladin and Obanion is going to come to the defense in order to preserve the pendant.
Right?
He'll defend that room where it is.
Oh, that's great. Yeah, there was some great dice energy here. We managed to sort of stalemate this year, and now you've got extra help coming in.
Yes.
And so you get on with the plan of just trying to fucking destroy it.
A bit of a long-term goal, perhaps.
I was gonna say, the obelisk, not so much. This astral thing, I will punch in the face. It's incredibly powerful. No one can do it. I'm like, I'll fucking punch that shit.
They'll have to send another general.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is there's oh, if they fear you enough, they won't come. She's like, well. They shall fear me. And my best friend, Jethra.
That's right. Fire the disintegration ray at it.
No, anti-magic. Go!
Looks, all your magic items turn off. You're like, oh.
I wonder if he's had a moment where he's accidentally used the anti-magic on the hero's feast table. I did enjoy that as an amusing way of...
I've planned it for so long.
Yeah.
Having that.
I'd forgotten
Associate.
that was the thing you asked me
Yeah.
about once. You were like, can I buy this table? I was like, sure. I mean,
Yes, and then later I added, can I buy it modified so it'll have different food on it?
I was
yes,
like, you plotted
that's...
this, so I wouldn't think this was what you're going to do with it. But
Huh?
it's almost like you plotted to make me forget that you were going to have that
Oh.
available.
I mean,
It's
I
been
didn't,
months,
but
I
I'll
think.
take the credit for that. I'm a sneaky black dragon.
Suddenly shows up and just gives it to Getter. Who definitely? I mean, that's game.
It's I was also for 12 people, so that feast table, that should, and the fact that he can just spam it.
Yeah.
What if I?
I was pleasantly baffled. I was like, all right, yeah, she's got food prepared of some kind. I was like, all right, here's the table thing. And they come in, we're like, okay, yeah, here's Fee's table. I saw it, but it's just going to be like the same shit, right? He's going to get tired of that. I did not realize you had made other arrangements to show that he never got tired.
Yeah,
I
it's a
paid
long-term
some.
plan. Yeah.
Wardavian wizard, traveling wizard, a lot of money. It's like, well, this is a personal passion project. She's like, you will give it to me now. I will destroy you.
Volo's like standing here. You want me to do what? Okay.
Like, all right.
Right about this later.
That's the thing about Waterdeep, right? It's so fucking massive that you need anything, you probably find it there. Or buy a dinosaur or
It's probably, yeah.
chocolate fountain.
True, which means there's a market for anything. So if you wanted to sell them an Astral Kraken, or at least like Astral Kraken
Like
baby,
if you had one, just like in a box, they could put a value on it.
they could. You could
is
fucking sell anything.
I think somewhere under there's even like a starport or something. They've got like a spelljammer sort of thing.
Yeah,
That nobody knows about except for people who know about it.
it all interfaces together with the several decades and multiple versions of.
Oh yeah.
If we manages to kill it, I bet we could fetch a good price for the meat too.
Yeah, that'd be great, right?
You can smuggle your special ale inside like Astral Kraken flesh, lightly braised with.
Yes, exactly.
You did? Now they hunger for more forever. That's a thing you don't want to be addicted to. Astral
Well, but
Kraken
that's
flesh.
okay because the aboleths keep gonna keep coming probably. So
Okay, it's right. They might just be like, fine, 2 Astral Kraken. What you got now?
I don't know.
Yep.
And a creature like this is not something that they can produce.
yeah,
They just
you're right.
can't reach the obelisk and pull another one out.
Aboleths is a safer bet. There's a lot of them around.
Well, you got to figure though, this isn't their best general they've got, right, Ari? They've
Yeah.
got like there's something else out there. Bureaucracy here in the far realm.
Yeah. But
Okay.
it's the thing, man. It's as like make it not worth it, right? Like as you have done in your area, right? It's not worth it. Like there's like 100 people or whatever, 200 people. Like, that's not.
I mean, that's how the Death King sees it, at least.
Yeah.
They don't come here. They have nothing that they want, and it would be really hard to do.
Yeah.
It just doesn't seem like a good idea.
No, it's also like yes, they probably will want to. If it's like him, right? Like eventually he'll probably he'll probably go smash up these stupid dragons, right? But it's not first on the priority list. Like
He figures by the time he would get around to you, you'd already be dead by something else. So
yeah, I mean the chances are good.
Which is why tying to that, I admit I really enjoyed the sovereignty, like being incredibly intelligent and evaluating what their intel they had scouted out at this forest and going, why would we attack this right now? let's beat up something easier.
establish your presence, spread some plague lands. Once that begins, it escalates pretty well. So
Yeah, we'll get them distracted and having to deal with other problems. And
we'll awaken our god and then destroy the world. It's all good.
once our god's up, then it doesn't fucking matter.
And he's actually sleeping in here, hanging out.
Doom counter rises to 100%. Boom.
No, then we'll be happy to be in hell instead.
Well, I think if their Aboleth God awakens, we might
Suddenly,
not be
hell
going
is helping awaken the Aboleth god. You're like, what the hell? No, people would love us in
the
comparison.
Aboleth
It's all
seem-
good.
I suppose if its will is the law, it could be interpreted as lawful because everyone has to do its bidding. But I don't.
Ah,
Well, there's something that can violate the premises like infernal contract law. It's going to be this Aboleth God. Like, if that gets a hold of us, I don't think our souls are going to hell.
Oh no.
And then Asmodeus does not win. They cannot gambit their way out of that.
unless
will
that's what
not
he
stand.
wanted.
I always win.
What kind of 5D chess move?
I'll change the parameters for winning.
Yeah.
Think that is.
Yeah, I wanted this. This was part of my master plan.
Why would you want this? And he's like, now I gotta find a reason.
Like, Bass
Well, I'm
Rex,
the
like,
Lord of
sitting-
Lies, so you know,
Yeah, that's what it is.
really good at lying.
How do I spin this PR into like a victory for me?
No, people, we won. Let's celebrate.
Yeah,
This was all good.
we got
How?
everything we gave it for.
No. Don't ask questions. You clearly just don't understand.
Because it's so
Embarrassing for
sophisticated.
you. Yeah.
Yeah, the plan is it's too cultivated. Couldn't possibly comprehend it.
Any devout servant would obviously already know why.
There you go, Aizukawa. They will be my cover operatives on the inside. I will bring down this Avaleth god.
How do we get in? We let them be taken.
Yeah. Whoa.
What about all the other things we did to try and kill them? No, those are just tests to make them stronger.
Decoys, of course.
Yeah. To obfuscate the true plan.
Yeah, they would never
Yes.
guess it. They would never guess that we wanted to lose.
Well, they would never guess
though
that
we're
we
not
were
losing.
allied with the dragons, that they were our pawns. We were clearly projecting as enemies. Good true plan.
They're like, oh, my lord, what an amazing thought.
Yes, and
Oh,
correct
So
Ruby
grand
Rod.
and brilliant.
Yes,
Just
Like the other side of his head, there's that like anime like drop of sweat. Like, yes, I'm a genius. It's like,
I'm glad you can all see it now.
How do you think I ascended like this? Yes.
That totally is how it is. Fucking. He's playing on all the horses so that he always wins.
Yep.
True.
Uh,
Alright, good job, team.
good job.
Reuniting after this 2-week hiatus into the new year with this session. I enjoyed the energy today. I enjoyed Ari getting snowed by all these things wanting to have a conversation with her. That was fun.
Yeah, well, you know, sometimes it happens.
Sometimes it
No,
Getting
why
involved
am
in a lot
I
of
the
stuff.
social dragon now?
Getting
happens.
involved in a lot of
Griffith,
stuff.
you were supposed to do stuff today. Like, I will when time passes. No, Griffith!
Missouri just likes to sleep and like go
Save
around the
me!
forest, doing things in the forest. The thing is, there's not that many more people to talk to in the forest because she's talked to all of them.
Literally talked
Well,
to...
they don't like talking either.
No, they don't really. So.
No.
Like if you look at the
Wow.
areas again, it's like what's happening in Athletic, what's happening in Turbish, like Dunspear, yeah, you know, not a lot right now, and so they're sort of all doing their own thing, and you know that
Yeah.
doesn't really concern the druids.
Well, it's much like when there's been a guild war, right? Like
quiet for
Westgate,
people.
when something happens there, it's usually big and time consuming. Like, because there's a lot of parties. Now there's less parties.
I wasn't available to act though. I was flying across the entirety of the forest,
Yeah.
helping prepare for the
I totally forgot about that stupid thing.
What about what?
the ring.
The ring.
Oh.
Like instead of
Oh,
waiting for a
unfortunately,
couple
yeah,
days, I
yeah.
could have just poured it right there.
Yeah,
Yeah, well,
Useful ring.
then flying there, you would have been like appeared like in the middle of like a druid conversation or something like, hi, this is
Yeah, I think also, maybe Emissary would have been slightly annoyed instead of just, Smirmy Dragon.
It would have been a different tenor of conversation if
Yeah.
you had teleported in during like important druid business instead of
It's like Mystical Dragon is into this new thing of bringing gifts, and then having people do what you want them to. She just doesn't know what she would have to bring Emmy to make her do something. You'll find out one day, maybe.
I'm looking forward to figuring out how you're going to convince her to beat up that fucking sleeping Aboleth god. This is good.
Yeah. Well, no,
What-
the Sleeping Aboleth God. I feel like that's
Not going to be the
That's-
next goal.
no, it definitely is not.
Okay, fair enough.
Oh, shit.
I'm counting on being, at least level 26 or 7 or something.
Hey, a god's a god, right?
Yeah. Well, hopefully it'll be
Alright.
sleeping when we stab it.
All right.
If-
Dark
Unconscious.
future later. Ari, let us know.
Huh? Yeah, and then we'll,
Yeah,
we'll
I
figure
will.
out what we do. And with that, I think we will say good night stream and recording. And this should be up by tomorrow, I think. So, hope you all enjoyed. I had a good time. I think my fellow players did as well. We'll see you
Night.
maybe next week, maybe not. Otherwise, when we do. If you miss it, of course, it will be on YouTube. Bye.